as well. Preston Part is trying to hold on for the number 124 car. He's going to do just that and pull away from the rest of the field. Kind of similar to what he did in race number 1. Look at Frankie Barroso, who had a terrible race number 1, started up at the front, started that race up all the way to the back. He's already made up 3 spots, actually 4 spots, is all currently on the move. And Preston Part is continuing to pull away from the rest of the field in the infield part of this course. Here's a battle for second between Chris Haldeman and Jim Drago. Drago's trying to go to the outside. Number 124 trying to shut the door, but he's going to make it work on the outside, put the power down. He'll set his sights out for Partis for the race lead, and he is going to continue to set his sights out on him. The battle for the lead is heating up. Drago all over the back bumper of Partis. The battle for third is heating up as well. It's a 3-car battle between Haldeman, Todd Barras, and Christian Mayer. Battles all over the track, all the way from the front to the back. Now you're starting to see a little bit of tandem drafting here as we get into this NASCAR part, or the oval part of the course. Right now, Partis is the leader, but Jim Drago saying, hold on just a moment as they complete lap number 1. Ooh, we got a big lockup between one of the cars. He does not go into the grass. He manages to save it. I believe that was the number 92 of Antoine Camus who locked up going to turn number 2, but he keeps it going, stays on the racing surface. We've seen a lot of lockups throughout the weekend, often to turn number 2 throughout multiple different classes, including here at Spec Miata. But everyone gets away scot-free as Preston Partis, as he has done all weekend long, just excelling in the road course, the infield road course here at Homestead Miami Speedway. And Jim Drago has now falling back to about a couple car races now. He's falling back to actually Chris Haldeman and Christian Mayer. Looking at Frankie, but also he started all the way down in 20th. He's made up 8 spots in 1 lap. He's now up to 12th. We got a battle here as well. Looks like that is for the 10th spot. 3 cars trying to get inside the top 10. Miata as well fell back. Dropped a couple spots trying to get inside the top 10 for the first time today. Preston Partis, he doesn't really have the horsepower compared to everyone else, but he just excels so much in the road courses, especially in turns 3 through 5, that allows him to pull away from the rest of the field. Right now, first and second are tandem drafting. You could say the same for third and fourth. They're kind of just working together at the moment, not necessarily trying to pass each other, but just trying to separate themselves from the rest of the field. As you can see, as you head to the infield part of the course, Partis just pulls away. However, Jim Drago actually doing a solid job this time, keeping pace with the 42. As you got Brian Miata up there. Not sure exactly what happened with the 31. He's going to drive it back off onto the racetrack. Not sure exactly what happened. Possibly some a lot of the ground. Thick of it. He's up the top 15, and now he drops over to 18. First and second separated by less than a spots in that second lap, we're still in the 12th spot. For the Spec Miata category. And seeing all over the field, it's really just a spread of tandem cars. You got first and second tandem together. What do I mean by tandem? Pretty much the top 2, or really 2 cars, are just going to go back. I stopped for a second there because the 42 and the 27 just couldn't get to the back bumper of the 42. And it looked like he was going to possibly accidentally right near hook the 42. That's just how it looked from here in the booth. The Thankfully, he got off on the back for just a moment, and everyone stays good for now. Frankie Barroso makes up 3 spots on that lap, now moves up to 9th. Put down the fastest lap of the race so far, but how long the players just a little bit to the top 2 of Partisan Drago. They're separated by about 1.7 seconds. Now we put that down to less than a second. That would make sense. I mean, at that point, why would you want to risk battling for 30? You know you got a shot at the win. Take advantage of the work together instead of just battling for the final podium spots. You got a shot at the win. Especially because first before the signal themselves convincingly for the rest of the field. You have to go back to 5th. Antoine Camus actually has made up a lot of spots since the start, so good for him. But they are 4 seconds off the pace. And I think that's what you're seeing Haldwan and Mayer do, and I think that's why Partisan Drago aren't necessarily battling at the moment. Well, there's really not much to battle for Partis besides defense. We don't really do a lot of defending here in Spec Miata. They're just trying to pull away from the rest of the field, and they actually do extend their lead by about 0.3, so now 1.2 seconds between themselves and 3rd and 4th. We got a nice little battle here for the final few spots as we have another lockup going into turn number 2. Quite a few lockups already here early on in this race, but again, everyone gets away scot-free. And again, turns 1 and 2, interesting part of the track. It's kind of like Daytona, if you will, the infield part of the road course, where you just want to throw it off in there. But unlike Daytona, you know the benefit of having all that banking on the front straightaway. It's pretty flat here in this front straightaway here, Homestead Miami Speedway, so you really got to find your braking point, or else that could take you all the way out into the grass. There goes the 31. He is really slow. Finally starts to pick up the pace a little bit, but that 31 of Ryan Miata was really slow coming down the front straightaway. I wonder if they're going to have to bring it back to the garage in just a few moments. Right now would be for the 5th spot. Antoine Camus has it, but it's a 3 and soon to be 4-car battle between himself, Chris Clark, Corey Collum, and Frankie Barroso, who's now moved up to the 8th spot. Todd Boras, who started inside the top 5, has dropped all the way down to 9th. Not a great start for 2nd in the standings at the moment. There goes to 27 again, just a... It's like he's trying to get to the outside of the 42, but Partisan doing just enough to shut the door, and looked like a little bit of contact as we got a big lockup again for one of the cars, and oh, it looked like there was maybe a little bit of contact there, just barely missed it. Frankie, but also now up to 7, as we have another huge lockup. I believe that's the 92 of Antoine Camus, who had a huge lockup going to turn number 2. He was running 5th and is still running 5th at the moment. And currently has a bumper full of Frankie, but also all behind him, just trying to stay put for that top 5 spot. How about Frankie, but also started 20th, last on the grid. We're only less than 10 minutes into this race, and he has already made up over 13 spots and is on the verge of making up over 15 spots. They're about 3 seconds off 3rd and 4th, and with how fast that number 48 Miata is for Frankie Barroso, I believe he did end up passing Antoine Camus, so that will move the 48 up into 5th place. As the 31 once again comes on pit road, and I believe he's going to head to the garage, so that looks like that's going to be it for the 31's day. Just not a great showing. Possibly some mechanical issues for the 31. They're going to have to get that going before they can, they're going to have to get that fixed before we head into the 3rd and final race of the day, which is going to come later in the afternoon. So how about this? Frankie Barroso and Tom Boras working together. They move up to 5th and 6th. They're second, 7 seconds off the pace. But they're about 4 seconds. We got 2 cars going off onto the axis and 3 cars going off onto the axis. One into the dirt, the other one going into NASCAR 1 and 2. Turns 1 and 2 has been a problem for a lot of these drivers in the back all race long. And 3 cars get caught up in it. So far, it doesn't look like there's any damage. However, we got 1 car in turn number 2 currently stopped on the racetrack. It is a bright neon orange and blue Miata. I'm trying to see exactly the number on that car. But that has been a problem for a lot of drivers today in this race. And really, it's been specifically in turn 2. But this time, turn 1 is one that catches it off. 1 car went off into the pit road, you know, the NASCAR pit road exit, if you will, kind of that strip that you take before you blend off onto the apron or onto the back straightaway. 1 car just straight up took the entire oval, so he's going to take a NASCAR trip on this track. And then the other one went off into the grass. 1 car coming off pit road, I believe he has is that a code? That is the number 55 of Center Smith. He's going to come on to pit road, and it looks like he's brought a souvenir with him. He brought one of the codes onto his front bumper. And they're going to try to take that off as Todd Bottas makes a move on Frankie, but also for the 5th spot, so that'll move the 60 up into 5th place. And that is the number 24 who went off into the grass, that bright neon car. That is Alex Acosta and the 65 of Louis Boistami. 65, the 55, and the 24 were involved in that incident. Center Smith comes back out on the track. Or at least this time, everyone's going to get through the course scot-free. A lot of incidents going on in that part of the racetrack. We saw that yesterday as well for a multiple class night. We're going to see that as well. You know, it's 8:20 in the morning right now, so the track is a lot cooler. A little bit of dust kick-up coming out of turn number 7, so it looks like someone took the corner a little too wide on their exit. But we got the Super Lap Series after this at 8:30, then we got the 3rd race for the Prototypes and GT, so we'll see if turns 1 and 2 is going to be a problem for these drivers later on. Now, yesterday, the races started in the early morning to really early afternoon, late morning, excuse me, to early afternoon. So the track was very hot and very slick. Not necessarily right now. Again, it's still fairly cool right now, but you have to pay attention to turns 1 and 2 for the later races. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, nothing has really changed. Preston Pardis and Jim Drago still working together to pull away from Mayer and Haldeman, and they're doing just that. We got a little 3-car battle for the lead between Todd Bottas, or excuse me, battle for 5th between Todd Bottas, Frankie Barroso, and Chris Collin holds the fastest lap of the race so far. Right now, Barroso has the advantage for the 5th spot, but Todd Bottas is all over the back bumper. They're actually starting to catch up to Christian Mayer and Chris Haldeman, so this might turn into a battle for 5th, to a battle for the podium. They're only about 1.8 seconds off of 3rd and 4th at the moment, and with 10 minutes to go, they could easily catch up to the 134 and the 124. And especially because Mayer and Haldeman, they're separate at the moment by about 1 to 2 car lengths, so if they're going to want to pull away from 5th or 7th, they might have to work together and start doing some tandem drafting to get away and at least try to secure a podium spot, or at least a top 4 spot between the 2 of them. But right now, it doesn't look like they're doing that. They're content with where they're at on the track right now. Now, this is the infield road course where there's a lot of braking, not really a lot of opportunities to bump drive. You can see right here, they're getting connected already coming down the back straightaway. So they're going to try to work together, but Todd Bottas and Frankie Barroso doing just that as well. And you've got Corey Collin in the back as well, providing a little bit of extra speed. So I got to imagine that this is going to be a 5-car battle for the 3rd spot coming up in just a few laps. And I mentioned it earlier in the race how Jim Drago was really all over the back bumper of Preston Pardis. Preston Pardis kind of going a little bit low, but Drago's still trying to push and kind of uncomfortable position. Really looks like the 27 has backed off the last few laps and just said, you know what, I'm not going to take my chances possibly wrecking this 42, let alone for the lead. See Sarah Smith and Mike Wheel. Sarah Smith was involved in that 3-car incident a couple laps ago. He's now moved up to 12th. Starting to heat up. I mean, they've caught up to the 4 of Chris Hallbaum. Frankie Bonoso all over the back bumper. Christian Mayer has actually managed to pull away just a little bit from the rest of the pack. He's got about a couple car lengths between himself and the 4th spot. But this 2-car battle has quickly turned into a 5-car battle for the final podium places. Christian Mayer, he's going to have not just Hallbaum to worry about, but also Barras and Kama. Looks like someone went a little bit wide in turn 7 as well. I see a little bit of dust kick up in that part of the racetrack, but no one's went off course and we still keep it going. Look at Jim Drago just trying to peek to the inside, just letting Preston Pardis know, I'm not going to stay back here for long as, whoa, a lot of contact, and the 27 spins, just hits the rumble and just a wrong opportunity, and a huge mistake for the number 27 of Jim Drago. He is going to lose a lot of time, and that is a huge mistake for the 27. Just went too deep into turn number 1, hit the rumble strip, could not keep the car underneath him, and spins all the way out into the grass. And he's going to lose a lot more than just second. He's going to fall all the way outside the top 10, it looks like. A huge mistake for Jim Drago, who looked like he had a shot at the win. And now a shot at even the top 10 looks like it's gone away. Went off into turn number 1. He was peeking to the inside of Preston Pardis just to let him know that, hey, I am here. And now he's not there no more, I can tell you that much. Turn 1 has caught so many drivers off, and now it has been the 2nd place driver who falls outside the top 10. And with just less than 7 minutes to go, Preston Pardis all by himself. Similar story to what happened in race number 1. Made a huge move to take the lead. And Preston Pardis, at the beginning of race number 1 yesterday in the shootout, he was all by himself. But he was by himself from the beginning of the race, and that allowed Chris Hallbaum to catch up to him, the number 124. But unfortunately, caution came out, and Hallbaum did not get a chance as the race finished under yellow to make a move. As Frankie but also goes to the inside, he'll move up to the 2nd spot, so move him up from 20th to 2nd. Frankie but also trying to do the last to first challenge, and with 6 minutes to go, he's got about 5 seconds, so he's got to make up about a second a lap to do so. But also with the 138.724, Pardis a 139.563, so an 8/10 of a second difference in terms of time between the 142 and the 48. It's definitely possible. And I see the 27 coming across the stripe all the way down in 14th. Car's still going, but not Jim Drago was hoping for to make that move. Like I mentioned, Preston Pardis pulling away from the rest of the field. The gap between himself and Bonoso was 5.1 seconds. Still got a few cars to come across the start and finish line. The leaders are just coming off of turn number 9, turn number 8, heading on the NASCAR 3 and 4. So, but the advantage that Bonoso has is that he does have a couple of cars behind him that he can draft with. You got one car, I believe that is Christian Mayer, that is pushing him. That could give him a little bit of extra speed to catch up to the 42. And you still got Hallbaum and Corey Collin behind him as well. Pardis comes across the stripe at 139.563. Let's see what the lap difference is. So Frankie puts out a 138.724, another 8/10. He's managed to cut into the lead. 4.7 seconds with just under 5 minutes to go. Well, the advantage that Frankie's going to have is that he's got so many cars behind him that is going to allow them for the draft. But I mean, if you're Pardis as well, your advantage is that you get so good on the infield part of this road course is that you might be able just to hold on. And I mentioned that Frankie's got a lot of cars that can help him draft, but that's also going to be his Achilles heel because let's say you get to about 2 minutes to go, we get the white flag, and you're still about 1.5 to even 2 seconds behind. At that point, Frankie's got to worry about the guys behind him instead of trying to help him get up front to, all right, we're not going to catch the leader. I'm just going to try to get whatever spot I can get. And Frankie, who's pulling away from the rest of the pack, just shows you how much speed he's got in that number 48 Miata. It shows you why he's the points leader. He went from 20th to 2nd. I just want to reiterate that. He might be able to catch up to Preston Pardis on just speed alone. Look how right now he's separating between himself and the rest of the field by a couple car lengths. Pardis trying to go 2 for 2 in the Spec Miata so far. He's got a hard charging Frankie, but also trying to spoil the party. 3 minutes to go. Pardis across the stripe, a 139.563. Here comes Frankie, but also a 138.724, the same lap time. And Frankie only shaves off a couple of tenths. With under 3 minutes to go, 4.5 seconds, I think that's going to secure it for Preston Pardis, barring a major mistake from the 42 or mechanical failure. Well, we've already seen a mistake from one of the leaders, that being the 27, who's going to take it to the garage, and he is done for the day. Devastating for Jim Drago, who had a shot at the win. And now he's not even going to get a chance to finish this race. Meanwhile, the battle for third between Chris Halbach and Corey Collin is starting to heat up. Collin all over the back bumper of that number 124 machine. And you got Christian Mayer just lurking in the background in case these two decide to get together. He might even have a chance at lap traffic at the moment. I see Chris Collin starting to catch up to the back of the pack. About 2 minutes to go. I don't think he's going to get there quite in time, but lap traffic, there's a small chance that it could play a factor. Collin going to draft a little bit with Christian Haldeman. Going to see if they can catch up to that 48, but also see if they can get that second spot. Here they come across the NASCAR 3 and 4. I see the white flag in the hands of the flagman. White flag is out one more time around for Preston Pardis, who has had a flawless weekend so far for ProSpec Miata. Won the first race under caution. Looks like he's going to win this race under green. The battle for the second spot is now starting to heat up between Frankie Bonoso, Chris Haldeman, and Christian Mayer. Bonoso, your points leader, started 20th in this race. He is trying to get up to second, but Haldeman, who started second in this race, trying to at least finish where he started. Both of them go inside the grass for a little bit coming out of turn number 5. You got Christian Mayer behind the 124 car. He's going to make a move up to the inside going to turn number 6. He's got the preferred line. Haldeman trying to hold steady. Can't do that. Going to try to cross over just a little bit. Looks like Moroso got into the grass a little bit coming out of turn number 7. But moved the 134 car up into the podium places. Haldeman trying to get a little bit of a draft. Let's see if he's going to dive bomb going into turn number 8. Not close enough just yet. And the battle for the second spot is starting to heat up. It is now a 4-car battle between the 48, the 124, the 134, and the 97. Here comes Christian Mayer all over the back bumper of Frankie Bonoso. This is the battle for the second spot. He thinks about going to the outside, can't do that just quite. He's going to bump draft him through NASCAR 3 and 4. And coming out of turn number 4, Preston Pardis, a perfect weekend so far. He takes a checkered flag and he wins race number 2. And the battle for the second spot is heating up. Frankie Bonoso, a masterclass from 20th to 2nd. Christian Mayer finishes third. Chris Haldeman comes home in fourth. And Corey Collum rounds out the top 5. And Todd Bonas, lurking in the background, will come home in 6th. Waiting for the rest of the field to come by. Here is a side-by-side battle for the second spot. Who is it going to be? It's going to be Clark by just a couple of inches ahead of Julian Pollard, who finishes 8th. Alex Acosta is going to come home at 9th, and Antoine Camus rounds out the top 10. Mike Leo comes home in 11th. Center Smith, after being involved in an incident, comes home in 12th. Louis Bostani in 13th. Kaylin Kinley, we're glad to know that she is okay, comes home in 15th after that horrible crash at the end of yesterday's race. Camden Brown rounds out the top 15. Joseph Saddington will come home in 16th. Jim Drago comes home in 17th. 18th will be Brian Eonin. And what a race. A lot happened in that event. You had Jim Drago making the mistake at turn number 1 while battling for the lead. You have Frankie Bonoso coming all the way from 20th to 2nd and finishing on the podium. What a thrilling finish to ProSpec Miata. That's why, at least in my opinion, or at least it is my opinion, it is my favorite series here for FARA. ProSpec Miata, it is chef's kiss, folks. Now, that is going to do it for race number 2 for ProSpec Miata. Coming up next is the Super Lap series. And following that, we got the 3rd race for prototypes and GTs coming up in just a moment. folks, let's get ready to begin the prototype in GT race number 3. Let's read off the starting lineup going into this race. For FP2, the lone challenger of Teddy Alvarado. In GT2A, the 84X of Manuel Gomez starting off, followed by the number 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. In third, the number 67 of Robert Garza. In fourth, the number 218 of Darren Ionesi. In fifth, the number 172 of Adam Tofik. In sixth, the number 79 of Jared Wilson. Seventh, the number 74 Jim Haman. Eighth, the number 52 of Michael Romanu. In ninth, the number 49 of Avi Cohen. In GT1B, the number 47 of Justin Levine on pole, followed by the number 4X of Michael Koikad. And in third, the number 132 of Sophia Basler. In the Honda Wars category, the Perez duo of Wilbur and Richard of the number 6 car on top, followed by the number 41 of Jorge Guedo. In third, the number 725 of Moises Cordero. And fourth, the number 89 of Luis Rene Canawate. In Spec Corvette, the number 22 of Alfredo Zadan will start in first, followed by the number 16X of James Davidson. In third, the number 45 of Frankie Barroso. In fourth, the number 57 of Moreno Reyes. And in fifth, the number 86 of Victor Leo. In GT3, the Thompson duo of Wayne and Elijah start first in the number 33. Second, the number 16 of Ronan Ionesi. Third, the number 152 of Sebastian Hasbon and Alan Isambar, excuse me. In fourth, the number 55, driven by both Jose de las Casas and Mario Sader. In fifth, the number 011 of Zoltan Wallace. In FP1, the lone challenger of Drew Albon of the number 11 machine. In GT4, starting up front, the number 178 of Steve Sheldon, Brent Clemency. In second, the number 38 of Kort Schmidt and Tommaso Bolfin. In third, the number 77 of Marco and Rick. And in fourth, the number 9 of Chris Clark. In fifth, the number 11X of Chase Navarre. And in sixth, the number 7 of Jason Fincher. In GTA, the number 6, GT1A, the number 68, driven by both David Twatty and Nathan Bird starting up front. And second, the number 17 of Roberto Della Costa. In third, the number 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. In fourth, the number 27 of Connor Cavale. In fifth, the number 14 of Ryan Amolis and Dennis Amolis. And in sixth, the number 72 of Sam Tofik and Dennis Schrebing. And in seventh, the number 87 of Mark Julian. And in Spec E9X, the number 210 of Curtis Buxton, followed by the number 114 of Carlos Mendez. And in third, the number 91 of Juan Carlos Lopez. In fourth, the number 3 of Trevor Baldwin. In fifth, the number 82 of Matt Lopez. And in sixth, the number 115 of Roberto Moreno. And in seventh, rounding out Spec E9X, Edward Shima in the number 18 machine. That is your lineup for every class here for race number 3 of Prototype NGT. Race number 3 is about to begin. The pace car goes down pit road. This will be a 25-minute race before the main event. And the green flag is in the air, and we are racing here in Miami. A great start for the number 17 as he heads off into turn number 1. 3 wide going into the first set of corners. Everyone trying to sort themselves out at the moment. Let's see if they can get away scot-free going into these set of corners. So far, so good for the field. Here comes the green flag for Spec Corvette and Spec E9X and the rest to the back of the pack. And they will begin as well, separating them a little bit from the faster car so they can have room to race themselves. Here they go into turn number 1. See a battle here, looks like for the lead in Spec E9X. One car locks up the brakes just a bit, but as we've been saying, especially during Spec Miata, a lot of guys have been locking the brakes going up into turn 2, but they've gotten away pretty well. Here's a side-by-side battle for the, looks like the 3rd spot. They're still side-by-side going to turn number 5, a little bit into the grass as well. Roberto de la Costa in GT1A leading the way in that class comfortably. Connor in second, Miguel Angel in third. Got the 68 in fourth. Ryan Mollison fifth. Mark Mooney in eighth and sixth. Sam Todd fifth. That's going to be 2-car in seventh. Just hold on for a moment. There is one car that looks like it's catching up. That is the 27 of Connor Cavalli. All over the back bumper of the 17 of Della Costa. Connor goes wide just a little bit. He's going to try to diamond and get some extra speed coming out of turn number 7. He closes the gap, but the 17 puts the power down, going down the third straightaway. What's Connor going to do? He goes a little bit low, thinks about going for the dive bomb. Does he have enough room to do it? Thinks about it, but just a few car lengths behind. The battle for GT1A starting to heat up. Meanwhile, David, the 68. Both David Twatty and Nathan Bird makes their way up to third, and they're starting to catch up to this GT1A category. One car coming down pit road in the process. Looks like it's one of the GT3 cars. Looks like it's a Porsche that's coming down pit road. And the 68 just making up a ton of ground on these front two. Costa leads the way, 1.2 seconds ahead of Connor Cavalli. David Twatty and Nathan Bird, 68 machine up to third, 3.1 seconds behind, but making up a ton of ground on the top two. Spec E9X, Chris Burton still up front, 1.0 seconds ahead of Carlos Mendez. More cars coming down pit road. Possibly had an incident early on as the battle for the lead is starting to heat up once again for GT1A. Here comes Connor Cavalli making a move on the outside of the 17. He's going to try to make it sick going to turn number 6, and he gets the move done. Move the 27 up to the lead in GT1A. And he was 3.1 seconds back, but that 68 car is all over the back bumper of the 17, who's in danger of dropping down to third. 68 and the 17 is going to cause no trouble. Immediately move the 68 up to second. Now he'll go for the race lead. GT2A starting to heat up. Manuel Gomez with a 4/10 of a second lead over Robert Garza. GT1B, Justin Levine with a comfortable 4.1 second lead over Michael Koikat. More cars coming down pit road, but the battle for GT1A is still heating up. The 68 all over the back bumper, the 27 of Connor Cavalli. Both of them with a good exit coming out of turn number 15, but just the power in that 68 closing in even more on the 27 going to turn number 2. Look how much speed the 68 has over the 27. He has to stop even more to avoid just getting all over the back bumper. 68 is there. He looks like he's going to make his move going down this second straightaway of the track, coming out to turn number 5. 68 is going to look inside. The 27, he's going to look high. He's going to try to diamond this corner and give himself as much of an arc as possible to hold this 68 off. Traffic in the way, that's actually going to allow the 27 to hold the lead just a little bit, actually gain a couple car lengths on the 68. Honda Wars, the 6 is only 0.6 of a second ahead of Luis Rene Canavate, the 89 car. The battle for Honda Wars is heating up, and the Spec Corvette, the 22 and the 57, only separated by 0.2 of a second. Battles all over the racetrack for pretty much every class. The 27 had a pretty, not the greatest race one in the world, spun out 3 times going into turn the 15, but having a really strong run early on in race number 3, holding off the 68. 68, which is much faster than the 27, but give credit to the 27 as well. He has been picking off where to defend the 68 and when to get around the lap cars, using them as picks to avoid the 68 getting by him. And nice run on the outside by the 27 as well, able to hold steady in the 68 who went underneath, unable to complete the pass. guys. Going on to turn 15. Looks like between two cars. Going to turn number 1 towards the back of the pack. Everything looks good for now. Connor Cavalli still holding off the 68 car driven by both David Twatty and Nathan Berg. They have quickly caught up to the back of the pack with lap traffic. And Cavalli is actually starting to pull away from the 68 as well. Once again, using lap traffic to his advantage, using them as a pick to separate whatever he can between himself and the 68. Now the 68 has been doing a solid job this lap, getting by the lap traffic. But you'd think he would have gotten by the 27 by now, but again, the 27 has been really smart with how he's been getting by these lap cars, or the slower traffic to be more specific. Not necessarily lap cars because they're all different classes, so they're not exactly going a lap down in the general sense of terms, but either way. Spec Corvette Alfredo Zidane with a 0.5 of a second lead over Marino Reyes, and GT3 33 with a 15-second lead over the 16. GT4, the 178 with a 7-second lead over the 77 car. Of course, in the GT1A category, we've been documenting this battle from start to finish. So we're looking at the number 5 car and the number 33. Which class they're in, nothing as of yet. We got a battle here between the 57 in the Spec Corvette and the 22 of Alfredo Zidane. Zidane all over the back bumpers. We got a car and a car in front of the both of them. That could play a factor in this battle for that class victory. Going back to the GT1A category, Twatty is in the 68 is all over the back bumper, the 27 of Connor Cavalli. We got an incident going off into turn number 12. One car is in the grass. Looks like that is a white Mustang trying to get back on the racing surface. That has been a trouble spot for a lot of drivers, especially yesterday. Able to get on the pit roads. We got a side-by-side battle for the lead. Connor Cavalli trying to hold off the 68 car. And able to do it now. The 68 is now going to go for the crossover move on the inside and finally completes the pass on the 27. So move the 68 up to the race lead in the GT1A category. Let's see if the 27 can do. Is he going to try to make up some ground? And it looks like he's going to go all the way to the outside of the 68. He's not done with this battle just yet. He still thinks he has a shot at the race win. He's been smart with the lap traffic in the lead. Let's see if he can do the same now as the driver chasing the leader. Spec Corvette category, the 57 with just a couple of car length advantage over the 22 as they head off into turn number 1. These two are going back and forth all race long. The 22 is trying to do anything he can to get to the back bumper. He's been close, but unable to find a weak point in the 57's line. Because of that, he's been unable to get up to the lead. The 68 has opened up a 1.3 second lead over the 27 car. On the wars, the 89 has moved past the 6. The 1.5 second lead. Look at the GT2A category. Manuel Gomez has a 2.2 second advantage over the 67 of Robert Garza. Comfortably sitting on top in that category. Where you mentioned Spec Corvette, those two are separated by 0.5 of a second. Kind of hover between 0.2 and 0.5. No cigar for Alfredo Zidane, trying to inch closer to Marino Reyes' Spec Corvette. GT3, the 33 of Wayne Thompson, Elijah Thompson with an 18-second advantage over Ronan Ionesi. GT4, the 178 of Steve Shillman, Brent Clementi, with an 8-second advantage over the 77 of Marco and Rick. Someone's looking over towards the turns 3 and 4 and 8 and 9 of the track. Couple cars going out there, most of them single file. Here just went side by side, that being the Spec Corvette leaders, as we got a battle here going to turn number 1, and that battle just immediately just came to a close between two GT machines. Something happened in the GT1A class. Connor Cavalli, who was up to second, leading for most of the GT1A category, has all of a sudden dropped down to 6. Oh, he got stuck. Is he stuck now, or is he still driving? Got stuck going into turn 8 and 9 and got off of the track, and I believe he is still there. Yeah, the 27 just looks like he spun coming out of turn number 8. The caution flag is out, and that is devastating for the 27 of Connor Cavalli, who was leading for much of the day from GT1A. And holding his own against the 68, driven by both David Twatty and Nathan Bird. And something went up in turn number 8. Comfortably in the second spot, only about a second and a half behind the leader. And then something just happened where he spun, and now he's currently stuck. He has dropped all the way from second to the back of the pack in GT1A. He is stuck right now. He's not got that car going. I don't know if he's waiting for the traffic to clear, or if he actually just can't get that machine fired up. I think he's stuck. See the flagman having the yellow flag out on the flag stand. No safety vehicles that come out just yet. Try to see if the 27 can get it going himself. And he's got clear track, and here we go. Now the safety car is out. So the caution is out on the track for the 27 of Connor Cavalli. Spun out of turn number 8. Not sure exactly what happened. I don't know if he got tagged by another driver. He just spun by himself. But either way, he's unable to get that 27 car up and running. That's a shame for that 27 car. Again, he was up front, battling for the lead, the GT1A category. And that's a shame, man. Having a promising day to this race, and you know, the good news for the 27 is that this is only the 3rd race of the day. We still got the 4th and final endurance race coming later in the afternoon. So, well, this is a 25-minute race. We still got less than 10 minutes to go. He's not really going to have an opportunity to make up spots if he's going to continue on in this race, but at least I'll give him an opportunity to fix whatever's wrong with that 27 car, make those adjustments, and that way they can head into the main event, the 1 hour and 15 endurance race that is scheduled for later today. Yeah, we are under the caution flag for an incident in turn number 8. The 27 GT1A car of Connor Cavalli spun out, and they're going to bring the safety team out, and they're going to bring the tow truck as well to see if they can either get that car fired up or tow it off on the pit road. So let's read off the top 3 for each category so far, as we are currently under the yellow flag. FP2, the lone challenger of Teddy Alvarado. And the GT2A, the top three is the 84X of Manuel Gomez, the number 67 of Robert Garza, and the 218 of Darren Yonesi. In GT1B, only three cars to mention, the 47 of Justin Levine, the 4X of Michael Boycott, and the 132 of Sophia Basel. In Honda Wars, there's four cars, so we'll mention all four. The 89 leading the way of Luis Rene Canahuate, followed by the number 6 driven by both Wilbur and Richard Perez, the number 725 of Moises Cordero, and the number 41 of Jorge Guerrero. In Spec Corvette, the number 57 of Marino Reyes leading the charge, followed by the number 22 of Alfredo Zidane, and the 16X of James Davidson. In GT3, the number 33 driven by both Wayne and Elijah Thompson, followed by the number 16 of Rodin Yonesi, and the number 152 of Sebastian Hasbon and Alan Isambar. In FP1, the lone challenger, Drew Albon, and then moving on to GT4, the number 178 of Steve Shelton and Brent Clementi. In second, the number 77 of Marco Henrique, and the number in third, the 11X of Chase Navarre. In GT1A, the 68 driven by both David Twatty and Nathan Bird leading that category, followed by the number 87 of Mark Julian, and in third, the number 17 of Roberto Della Costa. And in Spec E9X, the number 114 of Carlos Mendez, the number 91 of Juan Carlos Lopez in second, and in third, the number 210 of Curtis Buxton. With less than 10 minutes to go here in race 3 for prototypes and GTs. The field is single file as they were able to get that 27 truck, or that 27 car off the racetrack, and it looks like we're going to be going green with this time by. Safety car is on pit road, and the green flag is in the flagman's hand, and it looks like with about 5 minutes to go, we are underway once again here at Homestead. The 68 immediately making a move on the 57 and the 22. The 22 with a big run on this restart on the 57, going into turn number 1. And unlike the normal starts of the race where they separate the slower and the faster cars, with this restart it's just where you are is where you are. So if you got a bunch of slower cars in front of you, you better find your way to get around them, and that is exactly what you're seeing on this restart. Everyone jumbled together just trying to maneuver through this field. Even so, the battle in Spec Corvette is still heating up between Marino Reyes and Alfredo Zidane. Separated by about 2 to 3 car lengths between them. 22 has been trying all day or all race and trying to get by the 57. It looks like he's going to make a peek to the inside in turn number 8. But can't do anything just yet as the 57 gets the power down coming out of turn number 9. And he's going to open that advantage. Actually, not as much as I thought. The 22 is actually going to catch up to the 57 and dive to the inside. This is the battle for the race lead in Spec Corvette. He's going to go to the inside, and he's going to complete the pass on the 57. So move the 22 of Alfredo Zidane up to the race lead in Spec Corvette. Zidane has been working tirelessly to get the lead from the 57 of Marino Reyes, and finally manages to do so, and pretty comfortably, an 8/10 of a second lead. Possibly has to do with the lap traffic as well, getting in between them and slowing the 57 down. And it looks like Alfredo just took advantage of that and managed to get the lead. Zidane now has to go to Reyes has to go to work. He's going to try to catch up to Alfredo Zanon. Let's see if he can do that. I'm going to pay attention to this battle right here. Alfredo going into turn number 7. And unfortunately, he can't do anything. He's got to allow one of the GT cars to get by one of the faster cars. So that's going to be an advantage for Alfredo Zanon, who's going to pull away even further from the 57. Meanwhile, in the Spec E9X category, the 114 of Carlos Mendez only has a 7/10 of a second lead over the 91 of Juan Carlos Lopez. And if those two get together, you got Curtis Buxton, who's only 1.8 seconds behind those two. So if anything were to happen as those two battle for the lead, Curtis Buxton is right in the catbird seat to take advantage of that. And Drew Altman just came across the stripe. He put down the fastest lap of the race with a 126.506. That battle for Spec E9X is the closest battle on the track right now. Spec Corvette. The difference is now almost 2 seconds between the 22 and the 57. Mendez coming across the stripe. Juan Carlo is only 5/10 behind, but he's got a car right underneath him, and that's not Curtis Buxton. That's another car from one of the other classes. He manages to keep him behind him for now, but you got to imagine he's going to go a little bit defensive because he doesn't want to let the faster cars in front because he's so close to the race lead. Him and Mendez are pretty much bumper to bumper coming out of turn number 5. Both of them are going to have to allow this faster car by. It looks like it's one of the GT cars. Let's see if the 91 can use him as a pick going to the inside. He's going to do just that, trying to follow along. These two are side by side coming out of turn number 7. Mendez and Lopez are the tight battle for the lead. 3 wide, and who comes out on top? It is Juan Carlos Lopez. Takes the lead in E9X. They split the faster car 3 wide, and Lopez was on the inside of that. It took full advantage as Mendez has to settle for second. The white flag is out one more time around for everyone here on the track. I see the Formula FARA cars out on the track as well. This is the last lap of the race. The next time these guys will come out on the track will be for the 1-hour endurance race. And this has been a thrilling race for the classes, especially in GT1A, Spec Corvette, and Spec E9X being the highlights. But the checkered flag is out in the air, and Drew Altman will take the overall and the FP1 class victory as he comes through turns 14 and 15. Altman takes the checkered flag once again, winning in FP1. David Twatty will come across the start-finish line. He'll take the checkered flag for GT1A as well. Back-to-back victories for the 68. Corvette coming across the stripe, and that is Alfredo Zanon, who will take the checkered flag. 5 seconds clear of Orlando Reyes. Spec E9X coming across the start-finish line. We're actually coming through turns 12 and 13. Here comes the 91 flag. Still waiting on it. And there's the 91. It will take the checkered flag. 9/10 clear of the 114. So let's read off the finishing results. In FP2, Teddy Alvarado, the lone challenger, takes the win. In GT2A, the 84X of Manuel Gomez taking the win, followed by the 67 of Robert Garza, the 218 of Darren Ionesi making up the podium. Avi Cohen, Jim Haman, Jared Wilson, Adam Tawfik, and Michael Womenu make up GT2A. In GT1B, Justin Levine takes the win over Michael Quican and Sophia Basler. In Honda Wars, Luis Rene Canahuate takes the win over the Perez duo of Wilbur and Richard in the number 6 car. Luis Cordero and Jorge Guedo make up the Honda Wars. In Spec Corvette, Alfredo Zidane takes the win over Marino Reyes and James Davidson. In GT3, the 33 of Wayne and Elijah Thompson take the checkered flag over Rodin Ionesi, the 152 of Sebastian Hasband and Alan Isamber, and the 55 of both Jose de las Casas and Mario Cater. In FP1, Drew Altman takes the checkered flag. In GT4, Steve Shelton and Brett Clemency takes the win over Marco and Rick, Chase Navarre, Court Schmidt, and Tommaso Bolfin. In GT1A, the 68 of David Twatty and Nathan Bird take the win over Mark Julian, Roberto Dalla Costa, Miguel Angel Marcano, the 14 of Ryan Amoyes and Dennis Amoyes, and the 27 of Connor Cavale. In Spec E9X, the 91 of Juan Carlos Lopez takes the win over Carlos Mendez, Curtis Buxton, Trevor Baldwin, Matt Lopez, and Roberto Moreno. That'll do it for race 3 of prototypes and GTs. Coming up next, should be a fun one, folks, is Formula FARA for their second race of the day, or the weekend. this one is. This one's going to be a fun one. It is Formula FARA race number 2. Let's read off the starting lineup as we head into the second race for Formula FARA, the first of the day. Starting on pole position, you got the 31 of Cam Becker, followed by the number 7 of LC Racing. In row number 2, you got the number 17 of Maximo Di Palma, and in 4th, you got Grant Mitchell in the number 28. Row 3, you'll find David Twatty in 5th in the number 99 car, followed by in 6th, the number 95, driven by Enzo Vidmotiene. In 7th, you got the number 98 of Hal Gold. In 8th, you got Daniel Rodriguez. In 9th, you got Kai Park in the number 24 car. And rounding up the top 10, the number 1 of Axel Roberts. And rounding up the grid, the number 33 of Alexander Savage. Remember, folks, yesterday Cam Becker came home with the win, a convincing victory, race 1 of the weekend for Formula FARA. We also had a few incidents yesterday, including Chris Becker, who got involved in a terrible crash. As you can see from what I just listed off, he is not listed in the race, so that car pretty much undrivable as he had to withdraw from race number 2, and we'll see if they're able to show up for race number 3 or if that car is pretty much toast. Field getting double filed right now as they're down the back straightaway behind the Alfa Romeo FARA car, or the pace car, if you will. They should make Alfa Romeo the official, one of the official car brands of FARA. So here comes the field of 11 cars. Interesting, row 4 only has 1 driver in there. I'm not sure exactly why that's the case, but that's how they're doing it. But either way, the field is in the hands of Chris Becker, who won race 1 yesterday and is looking to sweep the weekend, starting off with race number 2. Pace car is down pit road. The 31 of Becker on the inside. The 7 of LC Racing on the outside. Field waiting for the signal. And the green flag's in the air. Let's go racing in Homestead. Immediately the number 7 going to block the number 17 of Maximo Di Palma. Top 3 are single file going into turn number 2. David Twatty trying to make a battle for the 4th spot. Grant Mitchell able to hold steady on the outside. Maximo Di Palma making a move on the inside for the 2nd spot. He moves up a place over LC Racing. If you remember, in race number 1, Maximo Di Palma had a thrilling start. Went all the way from 4th to 1st in just a set of corners. Doesn't get the lead here as he actually is going to lose the 2nd spot now to LC Racing. So these two are going to have a battle for the runner-up spot. As we got 1 car well off the pace, just coming out of turn number 5. Not sure exactly what's going on with him. That looks like it's Alexander Savage in the number 33. Did not get the start he was going for. Might have had a problem, as I do see a cloud of dust out of turn number 2, which has been the Achilles heel of many drivers throughout the weekend. Looking up front, Chris Becker has a healthy lead over LC Racing, who's trying to hold off Maximo Di Palma, Grant Mitchell, and David Twatty a few car lengths behind. Here they come to complete lap number 1. Becker up front. LC Racing, Di Palma, Grant Mitchell, and Enzo Vidmotiene actually moves up to 5th. David Twatty drops to 6th. That leaves Hal Gold, Daniel Rodriguez, and Axel Roberts. With Alexander Savage moving inside the top 10, so that was actually Kai Park who ran into that issue going into the dirt. Kai Park well off the pace, just coming down the start finish line right now. that number 24, who had a pretty good race yesterday, managed to finish inside the top 10. He's got a lot of ground to make up. He's over 15 seconds off the pace. Just about 15 seconds off the pace. Looks like we got a battle here for the 4th position between Grant Mitchell and Hal Gold. It looks like he's managed to move up to the 5th spot. He's going to go to the inside of Mitchell. Mitchell shuts the door for the time being. But Gold looks like he's able to make the move on the outside work and take the 4th spot away from Grant Mitchell. Here they go down the inside. Mitchell has the preferred line. He takes that 4th spot from the number 90, from the number 98. Other than that, everyone is single file for the moment. That actually might not be Hal Gold. That might be, we're about to see as they come across the stripe. So that is not Hal Gold. That is Enzo Vito who made the move on Graham Mitchell. So the 95 and the 28 having a battle right now for the 4th spot. Alexander Savage does not have the pace of the rest of the field. He's about 11 seconds behind the 8th spot of Axel Roberts. Tied Park across the stripe as well, but we ran into an issue in the opening lap. 34 seconds off the leader. Be one heating up here for the 2nd spot as Maxwell Palma gets a good exit off of turn 9. He's only about 1 car length behind LC Racing for the 2nd spot. So we'll keep an eye on this battle for 2nd. Let's see what they do going into turn number 10. Good entry for Di Palma. Let's see if he can continue this going into turn 15. Remember that exit speed coming out of turn 15 is so important because you're able to make that move on the inside or the outside if you're able to get the straight line speed. Good exit from LC Racing. He's going to hold off Di Palma for now. Those two separate only by about 0.3 of a second. Di Palma is closing in on that number 7 car. Now he's all over the back bumper going into turn number 2. Becker with a 2.7 second lead over LC Racing and the rest of the field. This battle for 2nd is about to turn into a 3-car battle now. Grant Mitchell is into the equation. Now Becker's all over the back, almost off the 30 of the 17 car. Enjoying Grant Mitchell, and you got Enzo Vito. So this battle for 2nd could be a 4-car battle. Kind of similar to what we saw in Spec Miata, but instead for 2nd, it was for the 3rd position. Which ended up turning into the 2nd position as the number 27 Spec Miata unfortunately made a mistake and spun out going to turn 1 for the lead. Up front, Cam Becker has checked out from the rest of the field as the battle for 4th is starting to heat up between Grant Mitchell and Enzo Vito. And just lurking in the background, David Twatty is starting to enter into the equation as well. He was about a second or two behind this pack between 2nd and 2nd and 5th. He is slowly, as these guys have got a little bit racy, he has slowly been catching up to them, and he can turn this into a 5-car battle for the podium places. Has a little bit of a wider exit coming out of turns 4 and 5. That might allow Di Palma to make a move down on the inside. Can't do it quite yet. I see the 7. He's just, the way his line is a little bit low towards the middle of the track. That doesn't give Di Palma an opportunity to really make a move unless he wants to risk a dive bomb or potentially dive in the corner, which I thought that's what he was going to do, because when you make a move like that, you kind of compromise yourself because you can't get the apex that you necessarily would like if you're going to run that defensive line in the middle, that could compromise your exit speed. So far, LC Racing, he's doing just fine holding off the 17 of Maximo Di Palma. It could also be that Di Palma doesn't want to make the move just yet. I mean, we're about 7 minutes into this race. Is it a 25? Actually, I believe it's a 30-minute race, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. It's a 30-minute race, so there's still plenty of action to go here. No reason to do anything crazy just yet. If you got the opportunity in front of you, take advantage of it, but don't try to force an opportunity with how early we are in this race. And I think that's what Di Palma is doing. He's being very patient behind that number 7 car, just letting it come to him, see what the 7 car is doing exactly, trying to poke any holes in the armor, and really it's just about timing. When do you want to make that move? And I see, whoa, the 17 got really sideways coming out of turn 3. I was just singing his praises about how patient he was being, and he got really sideways trying to go on the outside of the 7 in turn number 3, and that's actually going to put him under pressure by Graham Mitchell for the 3rd spot now. Mitchell goes into the inside, pretty much forces the 17 out wide. These two are going to go side by side, going through turns number 7. Right now, the 17 has a little bit of an advantage, but the 28 is right there with him. So's got to give going into turn number 8, and it looks like it's going to be the 28. 17 just had the preferred line, so he clears him going into that set of corners. But just as I was singing Maximo Di Palma's praises, tried to make the move on the outside in turn 3. I guess he thought he had a run, and he got completely sideways. I'm surprised that 17 Formula FARA car did not turn it around. Manages to at least hold on to 3rd. And as we got Graham Mitchell now going to the grass, a big lockup from the 28. So everyone in the top, so 3rd through 4th, just making mistakes right now. Okay. That is going to be a lap that Di Palma and Mitchell wishes they could have back. And LC Racing in the 7, he's probably looking behind him and he's like, I can finally breathe. Cam Becker has a 5.4 second lead over LC Racing. Maximo Di Palma is 3rd, Grant Mitchell is 4th, David Twatty rounds out the top 5, Kyle Gold in 6th, Daniel Rodriguez in 7th, Axel Roberts in 8th, Enzo Vimontiene in 9th, Alexander Savage in 10th, and Kai Park rounds out the grid. Looks like we got a battle possibly for the 5th spot heating up. Looks like Hal Gold is going to make a move on David Twatty, who's inching closer to David Twatty. Actually, it looks like Hal Gold might be losing a few spots. Enzo Vimontiene, he was up inside the top 5, but something happened with that 95 car. Now he's lost a ton of ground. The rest of the field. Becker across the stripe with a commanding 6.4 second lead over the rest of the grid. Hal Gold is closing in on the back bumper of David Twatty. So something happened with the 95 of Enzo Vimontiene. Not sure exactly what went wrong, but he's still out on the track in 9th. Got one car coming down pit road. Looks like that is the 33 of Alexander Savage. So he will surrender the top 10 to Kai Park, who makes up his 1st spot of the day after his incident at the beginning of the race. Still about 20 minutes to go in this race. Looks like we got something going on at turn number 7. off the track. So Maximo Di Palma managed to get by LC Racing for the second spot. Swap those two for second and third. LC Racing now's got some work ahead of him if he wants to reclaim that second spot. Here we go, going into turn number 2. This is the tightest battle on the track at the moment as Cam Becker's checked down to almost a 10-second lead. Actually, we might have a closer battle here between, it looks like the 89 and the 90, between the 1 and the 89. Axel Roberts and Daniel Rodriguez separated by only 0.3 of a second. This will be the battle for the 7th position. And David Twatty and Howell Gold looks like they're about to engage in a battle for the 5th spot. Twatty is about a 2-car length advantage over Gold right now for the top 5. And for the top 7 right now, Roberts with about a 2-car length advantage over Daniel Rodriguez. These are the 2 battles we're focusing on at the moment going into turn number 8. Gold trying to close in on David Twatty, but Twatty able to extend the lead just a little bit going down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, the battle for second looks like it could be heating up in a moment as Maximo Di Palma is being met with pressure by LC Racing. But doing just fine, separating himself now by about the distance of the restart zone. Get off from turn number 1. Distance between Gold and Twatty, however, is only a few car lengths. And even closer between Roberts and Rodriguez. Roberts going down to the inside, playing a defensive mood over the 89, but the 89 not having much of it. He's going to go to the outside, going to turn number 1. All over the back bumper of the number 1 machine. These two are neck and neck, and they were neck by neck, but the number 1 manages to go unscathed as something is wrong with the 89, who completely is just gone from view. Something went wrong with the 89. He got stuck on the apex over by turn number 2. So we got yellow flags out of that section of the racetrack. The 1 got by out of turn number 3, but the 89 just did not do the same. I'm guessing he tried to make the move on the outside and it just did not work. And he's going to lose a ton of ground. We talk a lot about passing zones on this track, where you can make moves, where you shouldn't be making moves. As I see now the 89 in the grass coming out of turn number 2, he's going to lose a ton of ground. He's going to drop all the way down, possibly outside of the top 10. He has a chance of going even a lap down at the moment as Howell Gold, excuse me, not Howell Gold, as Chris Becker, or Cam Becker, excuse me, is not far behind. They're only separated by about a straightaway now. We talk about passing zones, and I wouldn't necessarily call turn 2 a passing zone on this track. And I think what happened was the 89 tried to make a passing zone and he quickly realized why it typically isn't a passing zone. Drops him all the way down to 9th. We got the 33 coming down pit road. That is Alexander Savage. Down pit road, finally off pit road. Remember, he came down a couple laps ago and he's finally going to come back out. He's going to go at least 1 lap down. Here comes Kai Park. And that's going to drop Daniel Rodriguez down to 10th. That was a shame. That was a nice battle starting to heat up, and unfortunately that battle is long behind us. Unless you want to count a battle of seeing if Rodriguez can stay on the lead lap as a battle, as the white flag is out one more time around for Cam Becker. You got a battle for second heating up right now between Maximo Di Palma and LC Racing. after a mistake from Di Palma just a couple laps ago, he managed to overtake the number 7 for the runner-up spot. Now let's see if the 7 can repay the favor one more time around for the rest of the field. And how about Hal Gold? Can he make a move on David Twatty for the top 5? Those are the two battles we are paying attention to at the moment. The battle for 2nd and the battle for 5th. Di Palma with a good exit out of turn number 4. He separates himself from the 7 by a couple car lengths. Twatty trying to do the same with the 98. The 98 stays in tow, trying to get the slipstream behind the 99. Will the 98 make a move here going into turn number 6? No, he won't. He stays right behind the 99. Palma and LC Racing going through turn 9. Di Palma with excellent corner exit speed, able to hold the 7 off. Here comes the 98 all over the back bumper. He has to swing out just a little bit to avoid hitting the back bumper of the 99. These two are neck and neck. This is the battle for the 5th spot. But there is no battle for the lead as Cam Becker takes the win once again here in Formula FARA. Battle for 2nd, and it looks like Maximo Di Palma will hold off for 2nd. LC Racing will take the 3rd spot. Greg Mitchell takes 4th, and David Twatty holds on to take a top 5 finish here in race number 2. Hal Gold will finish in 6th. Axel Roberts will hold on to 7th. Enzo Vimontiene will finish in 8th. And just a little bit away, Kai Park will finish 9th, meaning Daniel Rodriguez will finish 10th, and Alexander Savage will finish in 11th. So that does it for the race 2 for Formula FARA. Cam Becker takes home another win. Coming up next, Super Lap Series, followed by race number 2 for Winter Formula. winter formula race number 2. Here is the lineup for this event. Looks like we got a 4th car. Looking at timing and scoring, and I see a 39 car out on pole. However, at least out on the racetrack, there is a 3rd car out there. That should throw something into the mix. There is a 3rd car on the racetrack, the number 39 car, which is listed as being on pole position with the 88 in 2nd, the 46 in 3rd, and the 55 in 4th. You know, all weekend long, there's been only 3 cars, the 88, the 46, and the 55. So we have not seen the 39 at all this weekend. So this is going to be a complete unknown in terms of the pace of the number 39, who is starting on pole position. It looks like he has the same paint scheme as the 88, so I wonder if they both come from the same stable. And if that's the case, that means we should have a pretty good battle for the lead of this race. Well, I guess we're about to answer all those questions in just a moment, as the pace car is in NASCAR 3 and 4. And this should be pretty interesting. Again, the 39 did not participate in any of the practice or qualifying sessions for winter formula. This is the first time we are seeing the 39 out on the track. Well, what better time to have make your debut than during the race? So here we go, the field in the hands of the number 39 Formula FARA car. Can he take down the 88? Let's find out. Green flags in the air. Let's go racing in Miami. Immediately the 88 takes off to the lead, and 39 is going to drop down to 4th. Pulling away from the 46 and the 55, the 39 lagging behind in the 4th position. Field going to make their way out of the road course section and on to the NASCAR back straightaway. Keeping up with the 88, only separated by a couple car lengths. This should make it an interesting battle possibly for the lead of this race as they come out of turn 15. And the field will complete lap number 1. The 88 out in front by less than a second. It should be just over a second. 1.6 over the 46. The 55 in 3rd and the 39 in 4th. Going to still hold on to a lead, extending it over the number 46. 3.6 seconds. Still in finish line in fourth, across the stripe in fourth. 3 minutes down in this 30-minute race. Seconds, 1.7 seconds over the 55. This 39 is make that 20.1 seconds as the 88 continues to dominate as he's done all minute of the opening race yesterday and looks to do the same today. The 88 still out front by 8.3 seconds over the 46, 21.5 seconds over the 55, and 25.9 seconds over the 39. Looks like the 39's actually starting to catch up to the 55 just a bit. They're still separated by about 4.5 seconds, But it looks like the battle for the third position is going to start heating up momentarily. 39 went around. He put down his best lap of the race at 126.687. The 55, meanwhile, his best lap was a 127.950. And just that last lap alone, 55 was 2 seconds slower than the 39. Eye on the battle for third. It looks like that's going to start heating up any moment now. Here comes the 55 across the start-finish line, a 127.992 and a 126.634, another personal best. That gap is now only about 3 seconds between the 55 and the 39. It took the 39 a little bit of time because he was well off the pace of the 55. But the last few laps, he was closing a lot between himself and the 55. And remember, this is the 39's first on-track action this weekend. He was not active on Saturday. This is his first time we have seen the 39 out on the track. So keep in mind, he's probably using the first few minutes of this race to really see what he's got underneath him. And so far, he's got something up for the podium places. He's at least a second a lap over the 55. 124.387. Now, the last time the 46 came across the start-finish line, he put down a personal best. Let's see if he can do it again. This time, nope, off by about 0.3 on 125.758. Best time on 125.498. So here comes the 55 and the 39. The 55 still holding on to third. That last lap at 127.918, his personal best. And the 126 still goes faster by about a second, a 126.906. Off 0.3 from his personal best, but he's still inching closer to the 55, a second a lap. And you can even see it out on the track. They're only separated by a couple car lengths. Turn 5 right now. How large the lead is for the 88. He's coming off turn 15 right now. Meanwhile, the 46 is still going through turn 13. 88 coming across the start-finish line, just cruising in the 123, 124 brackets. He goes off into turn number 2. The 46 just coming out of turn 15 and across the stripe. 11-second advantage for the 88. 55 and the 39 across the start-finish line. What are these times going to look like? 127.844. He goes faster. 127.162. So picks up the pace as the 39 starting to lag behind just a little bit. Only made up 0.7 that lap, but still closing in. The gap is now less than 2 seconds. Personal best, trying to hold off this 39 and keep the final podium spot. But the 39 is closing in. He's already gained a couple car lengths this lap alone as they both go through turn number 7 and down the third straightaway of this racetrack. Oh, we got one car almost in the grass. That looks like it's the 46. 46 either locked it up or went into the grass. Judging by the smoke that's in the air, it doesn't look like any dust was kicked up per se, so it looks like it was a big lockup for the 46. Still holds on to the second spot, but now lost another second, 12.7 seconds off the leader. Here comes the 55 and the 39 across. They're going to have to go through that smoke that was kicked off by the 46. The 39, he is still catching. The 55 has definitely picked up the pace just a little bit, but not enough to hold off the 39. For now, and now the gap between the two of them is 1.1 seconds. At 128.171 that last lap for the 55, a 127.944 for the 39. Only about 3 car lengths between the two of them. Here they're going to turn number 6. Not close enough. The 55 gets a little bit better corner exit. The 39 is going to make that up with the straight line speed. Opens the gap by about 5 car lengths, but still not enough as the 39 continuing to close in on the 55. 46 gets through that set of corners much better this time. No cloud of smoke, no lockups. Coming across the start finish line, 13.2 second lead the 88 has over the rest of the field. Looks to be about the same, maybe an extra 10 or 2 spread off between the 55 and the 39. Only about a tenth. 128.494, 128.519 between the 55 and the 39. I think the 39, he's just now trying to figure out how he's going to get around. About 2 seconds compared to his personal best. Going to have to find that speed that he found while chasing down the 55 if he wants a shot. This race is about halfway over. It's a 30-minute race. We're about 15 minutes in. Still plenty of time for the 39 to make a move on the 55 and close the gap, but you know, before you know, that 15 minutes is up, so he's going to want to start thinking about making a move soon. These two separate only by a couple car lengths. The 39 looks like he's finally closed the gap. Now they're separated by only about 1 to 2 car lengths. He's going to make his move now, going into the inside of turn number 10. The 39 makes easy work of the 55 and move him up to the podium places. The 55 just didn't even make an attempt to keep that position. He just said, you know what, you're faster than me, I'm going to let you by. So move the 39 up to third and the 55 down the fourth. A 127.353 and the 55. Yeah, I can see why he let him by. He was 2 seconds off the pace that lap compared to the 39. Now let's see if the 55, is he going to try to make a push for this third spot? Is just pulling away from the 55, using that extra horsepower to his advantage, that straight line speed. And honestly, barring a mechanical failure or a mistake by the 39, I think that's going to do it for the battle for the third spot. Yeah, they're only separated by a full straightaway at this point. Strike. 127.126, 55, 129.340. Yeah, 39, he's just going to set sail and sail into that third spot. Oh, that was fun. 92 of winter formula, the 88 out in front. The 46 still in second, the 39 in third, and the 55 in the fourth position. Here comes the 46 across the stripe. The 88 having a Max Verstappen-like performance, a 20-second lead over the 46. Side of the track. See the 39 going by. Actually, that might be that's actually the 55. The 55 has managed to get away unscathed, but something is up with the 39. 39 must have gone off the track over a turn 11 and 12. Currently stopped on the track. That no caution is out yet, but something went wrong with the 39 car, who was sitting comfortably in the third position. 88 comes across the stripe again. No caution is out, but something went wrong with the 39. It was currently stopped over by turns 11 and 12. I don't know if he just overcooked it in turn number going into the corners. Looks like I see his car moving just a little bit, trying to unbeach himself from that part of the track. Remember, this is the first time that the 39 is on track. He was out for qualifying sessions that we had yesterday, or even in the first race. So this is the first piece of on-track action that 39 car has seen. Now I see him out on the track just trying to get back on the racing surface. So he doesn't have as much data on his car as, let's say, the 88, the 46, or even the 55 who he passed for the final podium spot, which, by the way, that podium that he was hoping to get is all but erased now. Is not only is he going to lose that, but he's going to go at least one lap down. And I mean one lap down from even the third position as he comes down pit road. Devastating for the number 39. You just don't have that data that the other competitors have. You don't know what you have compared to the other cars. I mean, there's some things that maybe the 55, he may be slower than the 39, but he's able to handle the corners a little bit differently than the 39, which obviously we've seen it here. The 39 probably just cooked it a little too much going to turn 11, and that was his Achilles heel. As now he is on pit road and out of contention for the podium with just over 5 minutes to go in this race. Okay, so look at that. Dominated this race from start to finish, a 22-second lead over the number 46. You think you'd be watching a Formula One race, and that's Max Verstappen out on the racetrack with how commanding his presence has been on the track. position minus the position between the 55 and the 39, who has gone back out on the racetrack, at least 2 laps down, really 1 lap down. Is that a decent amount of action? All things considered, you had the 39 and the 55. The number 11, but not overcooking it, is the number 88, who takes another commanding victory, 2 for 2 in Winter Formula. Just a little bit before we get the number 46 up into second. He'll come home for another runner-up spot, and that means the 55 will, in fact, finish in third, and the 39 will come home in fourth. That'll do it for Winter Formula. Coming up next is the feature race for the ProSpec Miata. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the feature race for ProSpec Miata. Whether you're here at the track with us or you're watching on FARA USA's YouTube channel, this, if the first and the second race have been any indication, is going to be a thriller of a race. Let's read off the starting lineup before we head green. Starting off pole position is the number 42 of Preston Pardis. He has won the last two Spec Miata races, but joining him alongside Frankie Barroso, who came from 20th to 2nd in the last race. He's going to look to spoil Preston Pardis' perfect weekend. And joining him alongside him at the third spot, we got Chris McCabe, followed by Chris Hagman in 5th, you got Corey Collum and Todd Barras in 6th. 7th, you got Chris Clark and Julian Collins. 9th, you got Alex Acosta and Antoine Camus rounding out the top 10. Mike Leo, Center Smith, Luis Bostani, Taylor Kinley, Camden Brown, Joseph Saddington, Jim Drago, and Brian Yoda round out the field. The final race of the weekend, the final race of the season for ProSpec Miata. Frankie Barroso is the 81. Coming down pit road. He's going to have to try to catch up to the back of the field. That's Joseph Saddington. I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch up to the back of the field, so he's going to have a lot of ground to make up once this thing goes green. But Frankie Barroso looking to cap off a championship year with possibly another victory. Preston Pardis looking to end the year with a weekend sweep of ProSpec Miata. The first race with a 15-minute shootout, the second race with a 25-minute event. This will be the longest of the weekend for ProSpec Miata. It will be 30 minutes long, 30 minutes left in the 2025 ProSpec Miata season for Formula FARA. Let's see what we have in store. Here's the field in the hands of Preston Pardis and Frankie Barroso. Pace car down pit road. And Preston Pardis, let's go racing here in Miami. The first three rows connecting as they go off into turn number one. Frankie Barroso trying to hold steady in that second spot. See a little bit of a tire lockup somewhere in the back of the pack, but everyone getting through smoothly. They go into turn number three. Preston Part is still with the lead. Frankie Barroso holding high wide against him in that second spot. But a hard charge and Christian Meyer in the third spot, trying to challenge for that second spot. Battle heating up for the fourth spot between Corey Collum and Chris Halderman. And it looks like got the 92 as well of Antoine Camus trying to get himself into the mix. A little bit of a push coming out of turn number 7 for Halderman as Corey Collum's all over the back bumper. Joseph Saddington in the 81 takes the green flag himself. He's got a lot of ground to make up if he wants to make anything up in this race. But both races have seen yellow flags, so there possibly will be a chance, obviously depending on when the yellow flag flies, that he'll be able to catch up to the rest of the field. Speaking of catching, not letting Preston Pardis get away. Separated only by a few car lengths, but he does have Christian Mayer and Chris Haldeman right behind him. As Haldeman's actually dropped down to 5th, and Frankie Barroso, he's in danger of losing the second spot. As the field goes through NASCAR 3 and 4, they're going to take the high banks, and Preston Pardis looks like he's got a hard charging Frankie Barroso coming at him. Pardis has not, since the beginning of race number 1, been passed for the lead. That changes with Frankie Barroso taking the lead. He drops down to 3rd and almost falls out to 4th, and we got a car going off the track. 2 cars, 3, 4 cars going off of the track. 1 car stays on, that is a 124, Chris Haldeman. Another car going all the way off onto NASCAR 1 and 2. 1 car is still beached out on the dirt, but 4 cars running into trouble. Also was getting, Preston Pardis the line in turn 1, and that just caused a jumble of cars to get together. That looks like that's the 60 of Todd Boras, who stopped on the access road out of NASCAR turn 2. And there's another car off on the high bankings of turn 2 as well. Can't get a good look as to exactly which number is that. But on the second lap of this race, they were trying to go 3 or 4 wide into turn number 1. I mean, it's too early for that. I mean, these cars have been really close together. I'm not sure exactly why they were trying to be that aggressive so early. More dust being kicked off coming out of turn number 8 as everyone's going to try to get around the now lapped cars. They come across the start-finish line. We'll tell you exactly who that is. Now, leading this pack now is Frankie Barroso, who has Christian Mayer right behind him, pushing him to the front. You can see the lap cars just getting on the high groove, just letting everyone by. Route 48 up into first. Preston Pardis drops down to 3rd, trying to keep in tow with the leaders. Chris Haldeman got involved in that incident, but managed to get back on the track pretty quickly. But as you can see, that's stacked up pretty much the entire field behind him. 5th on down, about only a couple seconds. Tom Boras gets to the back of the pack, all the way down to 14th. And it looks like coming down pit road, it is a blue Miata. I believe that's the number 117 of Caitlin Kinley. Looking through the rest of the field, just to make sure nothing's going to happen in terms of, you never know, possible retaliation. That is the 127 of Camden Brown. Brown, who has not had a great weekend. That weekend just gets worse as he gets involved in that incident over by turn number 1. He found himself, I believe he was the one that actually found himself beached over by NASCAR turn 2. Not exactly what you want. See, the crew's going to check on the 127, see if there's anything wrong with the front end of that race car. And Camden Brown, he's in danger of going another lap down. So here comes the field. Out of NASCAR 4, Frankie Barroso still holding the lead. Has about a couple car lengths advantage over the 134. So the yellow flag is out. All I mentioned with the 81 of Joseph Saddington, I haven't seen him come across the line as of yet. He's currently right now listed as 19th. The yellow flag is out. Safety crew is going to come now out onto the track. Let's see exactly what it's turn 7. One of the cars is suspension. It is a blue car, so it has to be the 117 and the 127. And Camden Brown is going to retire from this race. I mean, that weekend in this season on the downhill. But there's always next season. FARA season kicks back off next month. Looks like the car is over out of turn number 7. That might be Joseph Saddington. Can't get a good look at that part of the track, but looks like Joseph Saddington got stalled out over by turn number 7. I'm not sure if he got involved in an incident. I don't see any smoke, and it doesn't look like there's any dents in the possible tire barriers over there or anything with the safety barrier, or with the wall, but looks like Joseph Saddington, he's going to be out of this race as well. So while we're under caution, let's read off the running order. Frankie Barroso, your points leader, and at the end of this race will be crowned the champion of the season, is your leader, followed by Christian Mayer in second. Preston Pardis, who's won the first 2 races of the weekend, is in third, followed by Chris Haldeman in fourth. In fifth, you got Jim Drago in the number 27 car. In sixth, you got the number 24, Alex Acosta. Seventh, you got the number 92 of Antoine Camus. And eighth, you got the number 55 of Center Smith. Ninth, you got the number 13, driven by Alfredo Zidane. 10th, you got the number 169 of Mike Leal. Moving up to 11th, you got the number 31 of Brian Iota. 12th, you got the 01 of Julian Pollard. 13th, you got the 09 driven. And that might not actually be Joseph Saddington. I was saying it was Saddington because I haven't seen him on track in a while. But as the field came across the start-finish line and the running order was updated, it looked like that might have been the 124 of Chris Haldeman. Looking at the front of the pack, I did not see that orange and chrome 124 on it. I don't see the back of the pack either. It looks like we're going to go green either this time by or next time by. So that is Joseph Saddington. They did pull him off of turn number 7, so it was the 81. But I'm not sure what went on with Chris Haldeman, who was up at the front, and now all of a sudden he's over the back of the pack. And he hasn't come across the start-finish line either, so I'm not sure what went wrong with the number 124 car. Possibly something happened with that car. He was leading the pack in fourth. Well, remember I talked about how he was backing up pretty much everyone from 4th on down to like 14th or 15th after he got into the grass in that incident in lap number 2. What possibly could have happened is he might have some damage to that number 124 that caused him to possibly go down pit road. I have not seen the 124 down pit road whatsoever. But either way, Chris Haldeman is now out of contention for even a podium. top three remain the same. Jim Drago in the number 27 is up to fourth. Remember, Drago spun battling for the lead with Preston Pardis in the opening race this morning. He's going to look to redeem himself here in the feature. We are 10 minutes into this race. Alex Acosta is now up to fifth. And we will be going green this time by. 3 cars are out of it. That leaves 16 still in the race. As the Saddington machine goes on the pit road, gets pulled on the pit road, the field now in the hands of Frankie Bonoso. Safety car coming down pit road, and the green flag is in the air. We'll try it again here in Miami. Acosta already making a move on the outside, jerks down to the inside. Now he's going to tuck in behind the 27 to Drago. Cars in the back, including Iota, going too wide, going into turn number 2. Let's see how they shuffle things out. Everybody looking good at the moment. Iota still on that outside line, along with another car just trying to work their way. Now they're going to move to the inside, thanks to the sweeping right turn of turn number 4. Some cars going into the dust. Preston Pardis looks like he's going to make a move for that second spot, leading much of the race before losing it to Frankie Bonoso and Christian Meyer. He's going to tuck it behind the 134 car. 3 wide going through turn number 6. More cars going into the dirt. This is where the incident happened, coming out of turn number 7. Is everyone going to stay put? Still side by side with Brian Iota, and it looks like that might be Mike Leo. Are they going to shuffle this out? Iora on the inside. He's going to have the preferred line going on into turn number 8. Still side by side with the red machine. And actually, the red machine uses the outside line to his advantage, and that's going to cause Iora to lose more spots. He's now going to drop 2. Battle for the lead looks like it's heating up between Frankie Bonoso and Christian Meyer. Preston Pardis has a familiar driver behind him. That is Jim Drago, the driver who was pushing it for much of the second race of Spec Miata. Now they're pushing for the 3rd spot. Drago's going to go into the outside of Pardis, trying to get a little bit of a better entry. He's going to look to cut down low on the Pardis. He's going to shut the door and cut him off. Everyone's single file at the moment. Top 4 separated by only a few car lengths. A little bit of dust for Drago, who's going to go to the inside of turn number 4. Now Pardis is going to go to the inside. These two are side by side for the 3rd spot. Pardis cuts the door. Shuts the door on Drago heading into turn number 6. Drago, who has been very aggressive these last 2 races, continuing to show that aggression here today, as he is trying everything he can to get into the podium place and to take it away from Pardis. Got a battle for the 8th spot heating up. This is between Mike Leo and Antoine Camus. Looks like Camus got the inside line to his advantage, but the outside has been holding nice and steady, and it continues to do so. He holds on for 8th place. Tandem drafting begins down the back straightaway into NASCAR 3 and 4, taking the high banks. They are going to hug that white-yellow line down at the bottom. Alex Acosta has no one to draft with. He is losing touch with this top 4. But he does have Alfredo Zidane with the number 13 Miata right behind him. And a pack of cars behind him as well. Drago going to stay put behind this time. Pardis able to make up ground going into turn number 2, but loses it coming out of turn number 3. Let's see if Drago, he's going to try to make a charge going into turn 4 this time, just like he did the last lap. No, he does not. He stays put, not close enough, separated by about a car length, well, actually more, 2 to 3 car lengths behind Pardis. Pardis is going to go to the inside of Meyer. This is for the 2nd spot. Pardis looks low, and he gets the job done, just barely moves up to 2nd place, taking it away from Christian Meyer. Now he'll set his sights on Frankie Barroso. Pardis trying to sweep the weekend, but also trying to end his championship season with another win. And keep in mind, you got Meyer and Drago lurking in the background as well. They would like to go to victory lane. Top three can be covered by a blanket at the moment, and you got the 27 and the 24 just lurking in the background. Here comes Pardis on the inside. He is going to say screw bumping the 48, but the 134 picks up the pieces. Side-by-side battle for the lead. The 48 on the outside, the 42 on the inside, and the bump draft is going to pay off for Frankie Barroso, who holds on and takes the lead once again. But Jim Drago trying to help the 42. I bet you if you're pressing Pardis, he's probably thinking, why did the 34 go with Frankie Barroso? He should have went with me down on the inside. And now, trying to get the lead, he falls back to where he was at the beginning of this lap, down to third. So he's got to do it all over again with less than 14 minutes to go in this race. And look who's joined the party, Alex Acosta, now making a move on Jim Drago for the fourth spot, down to the inside. Pardis going to go for it again for the second spot. Two battles, one for second and one for fourth. Acosta gets by Drago and Pardis gets by Meyer. And if you're Preston Pardis, did you have such a good run that you had no choice but to go for the lead? Or were you just being a little impatient and really trying to secure that three-peat? Oh, we got one car that's slow. That looks like that's Christian Meyer. He is off in the grass. Christian Meyer stops down the third straightaway just before turn number 8. Not sure what went on with that number 134 car, but he was right there with Preston Pardis. And he is stopped out on the track in the grass. Drago was able to get now would be the third spot away from Acosta. But another contender taken out of this race, looks like by a mechanical failure. I didn't see any contact between himself and the 42. And it looks like a mechanical failure took out Christian Meyer. Pardis going down to the inside of Frankie Barroso for the lead. We are still green. Pardis decides to back off going to turn number 1. We are still green. Christian Meyer is still just beached right before turn number 8. He's out of the racing line. He's in the grass. Caution flag hasn't waved just yet, and it looks like now it's going to. Yellow flags are out. I was going to say, hopefully we throw it soon, because I know that the 134 is off the track, but you have forbidden incident down that straightaway, then you're talking high-speed collision when there's a car stopped, and that's not a risk I don't think needs to be taken. Center Smith going to the garage. Looks like he is done for the day. That number 55 Miata just did not have the pace today. Was running top 10 for much of the early parts of this race and the last race, but going to take it back to the garage. He is done. As is Christian Meyer, who ran into a mechanical issue, and the safety crew is going to head over to that part of the racetrack. That's a shame. That's a shame, especially for Christian Meyer. He was up front battling for, he could have a shot at the win as well. I don't know if he had enough for the 48 and the 42. They looked like they were just a little bit quicker. Looked like the 134 was better as a pusher rather than a leader. But even then, still, even a chance at a podium is now out the window. Out of this race. Here comes the field. Across the start and finish line. That is now 2 contenders who have been taken out of this race. Ironically, both of them have a 1 and a 4 in their number. So safety car is going to pick up Frankie Barroso with 10 minutes to go. It looks like we'll be able to go green once again. They're able to get the 134 off of the track. Frankie Barroso still in the lead. Preston Pardis is up to second. Jim Drago up to third. Alex Acosta in fourth. Todd Bodas in fifth. 6th is Chris Clark. 7th is Corey Collum. 8th is Alfredo Zidane. 9th, Antoine Camus. 10th, Mike Leo. 11th is Julian Pollard. 12th is Brian Yoda. 13th, Taylor Kinley. 14th, Luis Lostani. 15th, Center Smith. 16th, Christian Mayer. 17th, Chris Houdeman. And 18th, Camden Brown. And 19th, Joseph Saddington. 5 cars out of the race as Caitlin Kinley has now made a return, it looks like. They're able to get the 134 off of the track, so we should be going through this time by with less than 10 minutes to go in this race. Well, folks, whether you're watching at home or you're watching here at the race, who do you guys think is going to win this race? It looks like it's going to come down between the 48 and the 42. The dominator of the season in Frankie Barroso versus the dominator of the weekend in Preston Hargis. Let me tell you something. I think that 42, he's got a real good shot at taking home this win. Not just because he's won the last 2, but the moves he's been able to show on the 48. We haven't seen anyone else try that. Really on any other driver, let alone the leader of this race. And Preston Hargis looks like he has enough underneath him, or in my opinion, I think he's going to get the job done and take this win. But Frankie Barroso is not going to make it easy whatsoever. But keep an eye on Jim Drago and Alex Acosta. If those two, meaning the 48 and the 42, they run into issues or get together, those two are going to be there to reap the rewards. And with how aggressive Drago has been, he might just try to take it from himself and not wait for any issues. So the field getting together here for what could be the final restart of the season. Frankie Barroso will lead them to the restart zone with Preston Hargis right behind them. Green flags in the air. Let's do it one more time here in Miami. Hargis all over the back bumper of the 42, of the 48, the 42, 48 taking a defensive line on the 42 as they all dive into turn number 1. Acosta looked to make a move on Drago, but to no avail. He's got the slot in behind. Everyone single file going into turn number 3. Acosta under pressure now. He falls down to the 5th spot, but he's going to try to make a charge back for 4th. He cannot. He falls down to 5th. That's going to move Tom Bonas up into the 4th position. And Acosta looks like he's going to lose another spot here. He's going to drop outside the top 5 as 2 drivers, and Chris Clark and Corey Collum are drafting together bumper to bumper. The top 2 have pulled away from the rest of the field. Preston Hargis and Frankie Barroso, they separate themselves from Drago by a couple car lengths. As between themselves, about a car length separates the 48 and the 42. And an incident over by turn number 6. 1 car is around, but he keeps it going. Battle for the lead heating up. Hargis looking to the inside of Barroso. Looks like he's got a little bit of a run. Is it enough to make a move? I don't think it is. And no, it's not. He's going to choose to bump the 48 through NASCAR 3 and 4. Tom Bonas was able to get, looks like Tom Bonas was able to get around Jim Drago. That is for the 3rd spot. So Drago will now push the 60. Do those two have enough time? 6 minutes to go in this race. I'm not sure if they do. (24 to 13) getting together. They're going to dive down to the inside. This could get really dicey as they're side by side with the pair of drivers. Cars smoking up. 1 car going into the grass. I keep talking about it. Turn 2 isn't really a passing zone, but everyone seems to want to make it a passing zone, and more times than not, it ends with 1 driver going into the grass. You just don't have to run up to try to catch it. Brian Yoda, who went off on turn 6 a lap ago, he goes down pit road, and just like in the 2nd race, he's going to go into the garage and be done for the day. Back-to-back DNFs for Brian Yoda. Battle for the lead, still mostly the same. Preston Hargis is trying to find something. He'd probably like a push from the guys behind him if he wants to get by the 48 of Frankie Barroso. 5 minutes to go in this race. Preston Pardus once again going to push the 48 of Barroso. Drago trying to get Barras himself up there as well. But you got Chris Clark in 5th all by himself with Acosta and Alfredo Zidane working together as well. Here comes the top 2 and then the top 3. It looks like Acosta and Zidane, they're going to catch. Well, Zidane's actually going to make a move possibly on Acosta, but Acosta shuts the door in turn number 2. And one car is smoking heavily, locking the brakes. That looks like that is the 8th position of Mike Leo. Leo looks like he gets into the grass a little bit also. Keeps it going. Looks like everyone is overestimating how much speed they can carry into turn 2. They've done that all weekend long. Frankie is actually pulled away from Preston Pardus, who's now under pressure from Tom Bottas, who has the fastest lap of the race, a 140.021. I wonder, did Pardus back up a little bit to the 60, hopefully to get a little bit of a bump draft to gain some speed and possibly pass the 48? Or did he make a mistake during the infield road course, and that's what's allowed the rest of the pack to catch up to him? I mean, there's 3 minutes to go, so you're taking a big risk hoping that someone is going to help you and not try to take the spot away from you. It looks like the risk might be paying off as Tom Bottas is going to hook up with the 42. That will leave the 48 all by himself, and that actually leaves Drago by himself as well. White flag is out one more time around for the rest of the field. Todd Bottas all over the back bumper of Preston Pardus. They got a huge run on Frankie, but also going to turn number 1. That is a lot of speed the duo was carrying going to turn 2, and they still make it stick. This will turn into a 3-car battle for the lead and for the win. Frankie Barroso, your champion of the season. Preston Pardus, the winner of the last 2 races. Todd Bottas, who is 2nd in the points. What'll Jim Drago do if these 3 get together? Here comes another braking zone going to turn number 6. This is a chance for someone to make a move. No one does it quite yet. Still, the 3 stay the same. The 48, the 42, and the 60. Todd Bottas holds the fastest lap of the race. The only driver to break into the 139 bracket. I don't think you're going to be helping anyone out right now. You got to get what you can get at this moment. But if you're Tom Bottas, do you go for the push to try to at least have a shot at the win? Or do you think that's out of the question and you go for 2nd? Here comes Preston Pardus all over the back bumper of Frankie Barroso. Bottas, he's going to push the 42 by the 48. Side by side, the 48 trying to do everything he can to take this win. But Preston Pardus trying to sweep the weekend with help from Tom Bottas. On the outside, Preston Pardus takes the lead, drops the 48 down to 3rd, and coming to the checkered flag, Tom Bottas, he's going to look to the inside. He's going to try to take the win by half a car length. Preston Pardus sweeps the weekend here at Homestead. What a finish. Frankie Barroso, after leading much of the second half of this race, will have to settle for a 3rd place result. Jim Drago in 4th, and Chris Clark completes the top 5. What a finish. And if I'm Preston Pardus, with Christmas right around the corner, I'm sending Tom Bottas a Christmas card saying thank you for that push and thank you for the win. Preston Pardus will go 3 for 3 here in the final round of the season for Spec Miata. Alfredo Zidane will come home in 7th. Antoine Camus comes home in 8th. Luis Moistani comes home in 9th. And Mike Leo in 10th. Kalen Kinley in 11th. Corey Collin in 12th. 13th, Brian Iota. 14th, Julian Pollard. 15th, Center Smith. 16th, Christian Mayer. 17th, Chris Haldman. 18th, Camden Brown. And last on the grid, Joseph Saddington. what a finish to not just this race, but the season as a whole. Congratulations to Preston Pardus, and all three of his wins were pretty different. Held off Chris Haldeman in race number 1 in the shootout, won the race under yellow. Race number 2 won pretty convincingly, no one really challenging him, and then made a last lap pass on NASCAR 3 and 4 for the win. Incredible stuff, congratulations. And that's it for the season for ProSpec Miata. Coming up next, Drift Pro, along with the trophy presentation for ProSpec Miata. Then we'll have our lunch break and the grid before the main event, the 1 hour and 15-minute endurance race coming up in about an hour and a half's time. And folks, if you're hungry, see the food trucks over on the right side of the infield to the left side of the right bathroom. So if you guys are hungry, head over to the food trucks and get yourself something to eat. I know I'll be there after seeing that thrilling finish in ProSpec Miata.
Good morning, guys. We're so glad to have all of you out here. I have a white Nissan Rogue. If the owner could come into the Culture Alliance tent, please. White Nissan Rogue. License plate 97F RBJ. I also have a wooden trailer. If you could please come to the Culture Alliance tent. License plate 0927CZ. We got a wooden trailer. Can you please come to the Culture Alliance tent and white Nissan Road? Thank you so much. Guys, I have a white Nissan Rogue. Can you please come to the Culture Alliance tent? White Nissan Rogue and a wooden trailer. Please come to the Culture Alliance tent. They need to be moved. Please, we need to get them moved for the car show. Thank you.
an endurance race on top of it. Let's read off the lineups for each category. And as usual, because there's prototypes and GTs, there's a lot of classes, and these guys get through even all the pace stops pretty quickly. We're going to speed read this. GT4, the 178, driven by both Steve Shelton and Brent Clemency. Starting second, the number 77 of Marco and Rick. Third, the number 11X of Chase Navarre. And fourth, the number 38, driven by Court Schmidt and Tommaso Bolfin. FP2, the lone challenger, the number 29 of Teddy Alvarado. Spec Corvette has 3 challengers, starting off with the number 22, Marino Reyes. Second, the number 57 of James Davidson. And there's another James Davidson in third, the number 16X. GT1B, the number 47 of Justin Levine leading that way, followed by the 47 Honda Wars, the number 89 Luis Rene Canahuate up front. In second, the number 6 of Wilbur Perez and Richard Perez. Third, the number 725 of Moises Cordero. And fourth, the number 41 of Jorge Guedo. Spec E9X, the number 91 of Juan Carlos Lopez, followed by the number 114 of Carlos Lopez. Third, the number 210 of Curtis Buxton. Fourth, the number 3 of Trevor Baldwin. Fifth, the number 82 of Matt Lopez. And sixth, the number 115 of Roberto Moreno. In GT2A, the number 84X of Manuel Gomez. Number 67 of Robert Garza. The number 218 of Darren Ionesi and Rondon Ionesi. Fourth, the number 49 of Avi Cohen. Fifth, the number 74 Jim Haman. Sixth, the number 79 of Jared Wilson. Seventh, the number 172 of Adam Tofik. And eighth, the number 52 of Michael Ronu. GT1A, the number 68, driven by David Twatty and Nathan Bird. Second, the number 87 of Mark Julian. Third, the number 17 of Roberto Della Costa. Fourth, the number 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. Fifth, the number 14 by Ryan Amoles and Dennis Amoles. And sixth, the number 27 of Connor Cavale. GT3, Wayne Thompson and Elijah Thompson. Rodan Ionesi, Sebastian Hasburn, and Jose de las Casas. FP1 is Drew Altman, and in FP3 is Amy Lewis and Mac Lewis. That is your grid for the final race for prototypes and GTs for this season. Pace car is making the way on the pit road in the field in the hands of Drew Altman and the 68 of David Twatty and Nathan Bird. The longest race, the most prolific race, the biggest race of the weekend is officially underway. Let's go racing here in Miami. Way off onto the access road. Completely missed the mark on the start of this race. And we got a little bit of a stack up here in turn 2. A little bit of dust being kicked up as well. Not the cleanest start at all for any of these guys. And obviously, whichever car is gone off of the access road is going to have to take a penalty, perhaps, as the green flag's about to wave for the slower classes as well. Let's go racing in Spec Corvette and others. Already looks like in the Spec 9X category, they're going 3 wide heading into turn number 1. They're going to have to sort this out. They're going to funnel it down to 2 wide. Comes that green Porsche across the starting finish line. That is the 47 machine that just completely cut the course. That is Justin Levine in the GT1B category, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that one. That lap time was not timed, so he's still going. Probably going to be penalized, I imagine, because now it's when the rest of the field is coming across the start-finish line. Drew Altman coming across the stripe along with the 68, and the rest of the car is going to just slot in. Everyone's single file at the moment. Cavale going through the slower traffic, dives to the inside of turn number 1. Remember, he was battling with David Twatty and Nathan Bird 68 for the race lead. However, ran into a mechanical issue at turn 8 of the racetrack, so he's got a lot of ground to make up, but luckily for him, he's got more time to do so this time around. Usually these races are about 25 minutes. This one, GT4 plus the endurance race. I'm not sure exactly what the endurance race is well, but if it is, he'll have a little more time to make it some ground. They aren't separate races. 4th race of the year and of the week and the endurance race are different. So they will be scored differently. You'll notice because there'll be a couple of cars coming down pit road and out of the race up to 25th. We got a spin somewhere on the track. Spin somewhere on the track. It looks like it's over by the left side, somewhere around turn 11. Able to get it going, and we stay green. Spec Corvette James Davidson has a 4-second lead over Marino Reyes and GT1B. Michael Koikot is a 2.4-second lead over Sophia Basler. We mentioned before, but Justin Levine cut the course, and he is dropped down to 54 seconds off the pace. Obviously, he's not going to be scored, and he's out far ahead of everybody. And Honda Wars, Wilbur Perez and Richard Perez, number 6 car, has a 0.6 of a second lead over Luis Rene Canahuante, who managed to take the lead from them on the start of this race. Spec E9X, you got Juan Carlos Lopez with an 0.8 of a second lead over Carlos Mendez. GT2A, Manuel Gomez with a 0.3 of a second lead over Robert Garza. GT1A, the 68 with a 1.6 second advantage over the 87 of Julian. And a GT3, the 33 with the 4.3 second advantage over the 152. GT4, the 77 with a 1 second lead over the 178. That is the result so far, 4 minutes into this race. James Davidson clear of the rest of the Spec Corvette field. In fact, his next competitor, Marino Reyes, is getting sandwiched by a couple of faster cars. He did not have a good start to his race. One car coming down pit road already. Here come the Honda War machines. This is the 6 of the Perez machine. And Luis Rene Canahuante, 5/10 behind, trying to make a charge for the lead, but he's going to have the prototyper Drew Altman right behind him. So they're going to have to be smart with how they pick this battle, because they are going to have to allow that 11 by. So what are they going to do? Are they just going to slow down? Yes, they are. They're both going to move to the outside of turn 4 and allow the 11 by. That was a little bit squirrely there between the 6 and the 11. Honda Wars battle continues on. The 6 actually gains a little bit of an advantage over 89, but he's got more faster competition coming his way as David Twatty is a 68, almost goes into the grass, and that's actually going to be a benefit for the number 6 machine, who now separates himself by almost a second over the 89. That's what I talked about. You know, when you're in these battles in these slower fields, it looks like another battle here. It looks like the 27 of Cavalli making some moves over some slower traffic, and he's going to move his way through the field. But yeah, when you're in these slower classes, and even if you're in a battle, you still got to make way for the faster guys in front of you. So if they catch you in the wrong spot, you could be competing for the lead, and then all of a sudden that competition is gone. Cavalli already up 2 spots, up to 4th in the GT1A category. He's about 6/10 away from the 3rd place driver, Miguel Angel Marcano. Here come the Honda War guys once again. Healthy 1.3 second lead in this race. Alvin Cohen actually managed to take the lead in the GT2A category. 1.3 seconds clear Manuel Gomez. He was down in 3rd and managed to get up to 1st in just 1 lap. And I see the GT2A class is all jumbled together, so possibly hit some of the slower traffic. And again, when you're these faster guys, you hit the slower traffic, that can allow the guys behind you to catch up and even use the slower cars as a pick. Basically, if you're a faster guy, but you're forced to go onto the unpreferred route of the track, just follow the guy underneath you. Spec E9X, Juan Carlos Lopez with an 0.8 of a second advantage over Carlos Mendez. The 91 and 114 machines respectively. That class is actually pretty close. The top four separated by only 2 seconds. Curtis Buxton is only 1.4 seconds back, and Matt Lopez in the 82 car is only 1.9 seconds back. Let's see if we can find that battle coming up as they come across the start-finish line. There goes Lopez, Mendez, Buxton as they're all going into turn number 1. They're not that far behind. Well, Matt Lopez is starting to fall off the pace. He is now 3.9 seconds back. Actually managed to overtake Trevor Baldwin for the 4th spot. And Lopez is starting to pull away from the rest of the grid. Now he has a 1.5 second advantage over Carlos Mendez. Mendez, who's caught in a little bit of traffic right now, is Curtis Buxton. He's now starting to close in on the back of the 114. He's going to make a move down on the inside. That's one of the Spec Corvette machines making a move, trying to get by the Spec E9X cars. Meanwhile, in the Honda Wars category, the Perez duo, Carlini met with a little bit of pressure from the 89, who's starting to close the gap. He's now brought that lead down to under a second. Here comes the FB2 car, Teddy Alvarado on the pit road. Up to 3rd place now. Starting in the back of that field. Spec E9X, Carlos Mendez starting to close the gap now within 0.8 of a leader. E9X cars are going through turn number 3 right now. Right now we're trying to see exactly where the Honda War drivers are. And I see one of them right now. He has a healthy advantage. That is the number 6 car with a healthy lead over the 89. 0.8 of a second has ballooned to 3.1 seconds. And I imagine it's because I just saw one of the faster GT cars get by the 6. If I had to guess, he had to go by the 89, but he caught him in a bad spot, and that caused the 89 to lose a ton of time. Seeing now in E9X that Matt Lopez looks like he took the lead away from Juan Carlos Lopez. Let's see if they come across the start-finish line. We got some dust going up in turn number 2. All right, don't see any drivers off the track, so someone probably just got off the grid just for a little bit. Looks like they're still good and keeps it going for now. Lopez takes the lead once again with an 0.8 of a second advantage over Carlos Mendez. This is going to get dicey. They almost went 3 wide in turn 2. One guy went into the grass a little bit. Hitting it home all weekend long. That's not really a passing zone, but I mean, if you're a much faster car at that point, that's kind of just where you catch them. At that point, you just cross your fingers and you do 2 things. You hope and you pray, and you get away scot-free. Thankfully, everyone who went through that corner did get away scot-free. And just a little bit of landscaping is probably needed. Well, a lot of landscaping with all the tire marks that are on that part of the track. Spec E9X remains one of the closest battles on the track right now. GT3 is pretty comfortable with the Thompson duo, the number 33 car with a 7.8 second lead over the 152, driven by both Sebastian Hasburn and Alan Somber. Jose de las Casas is currently running in third, the number 55 car, taking away from Ronan Ionesi, who did not start this race. 12 minutes into this race, and 14 makes a move on the 49, down on the inside and turn number 1. Thinks back of it, dives to the back bumper, the 49. Slots in, going to turn number 3. Juan Carlos Lopez extends his lead now to 2.1 seconds over the 114 car. Spec E9X, that battle is still pretty close. Curtis Buxton, 3.4 seconds back. And I'm seeing the 114, he's making up a lot of ground in turn 3. And he looks like he's going to the inside of the 91, but the 91 closes the door just a bit. But the 114 with a huge run coming out of turn number 5. And no contest there as Juan Carlos Lopez contests the lead over to Carlos Mendez, new leader in Spec E9X. The 114, he is pulling away from the 91. That has to be about 2 or 3 second lead now between the two of them. Yeah, about a 3 second lead now. Not sure what went on with the 91. He was sitting comfortably around a second to 8/10 ahead, and all of a sudden he has just dropped the pace considerably. He's now going to come under pressure from Curtis Buxton and Matt Lopez. Honda Wars, this number 6 with a 2.2 second lead over the 89. That's been another one that's kind of been back and forth as to whether the lead is going to be extended or not. GT4B, Michael Koinkal with a comfortable advantage over Sophia Basler. Justin Levine has shaved off at least 12 seconds from the lead, as Basler is down by 9 seconds from the top spot. Look right now, yeah, 1.8 second lead for Juan Carlos Lopez. Not sure exactly what went wrong with Carlos Mendez, but he lost a lot of ground in that last lap. Where the Honda War cars are, there they are going into turn number 11. That is the number 6 duo of Wilbert and Richard Perez. Perez duo looks like they have fallen. No, they're still holding the race really comfortably over Luis Rene Canajuate. The number 6, that bright red Honda Wars machine just coming across the start-finish line. And then we've got the multitude of colors, but specifically the bright blue Corona machine of the number 89 of Rene Canajuate. Those two separated by 2.8 seconds at the moment. Meanwhile, in Spec Corvette, it's 1.6 between Marino Reyes and James Davidson in the 57. Another car coming down pit road. That looks like it's the number 152 car. He's going to head to the garage. He'll be done, looks like, for the day with 13 minutes to go here in race number 4. Now the two Corvettes are separated by only 0.2 of a second. The Spec Corvette class has been one of the closest classes all weekend long, and that continues to show that as well. There's only 2 Spec Corvettes in this race. I mean, they're showing out. They're only separated by a couple car lengths. GT4, Marco and Rick managed to take the lead in their number 77 machine over the 178, driven by both Steve Shelton and Brent Clementi. 1.6 second advantage. The 11X of Chase Navarre is in third in that category. And right now, the track is basically a conveyor belt, as there is not 1 inch of this racetrack that is empty. We got action on the start-finish line, going into turns 1 and 2 in the infield road course, down the back straightaway towards the final sector of the track. There are cars all over the place. Like I mentioned, it is a conveyor belt here at Homestead Miami Speedway, which is what you're going to get when you have multi-class racing. To the 6 of the Honda Wars category. Just close that lead down to only 9/10 of a second. He's been doing that all day long. He'll play around in that 8/10 range, but that's about as close as he can get. When he gets close to the back bumper in turn 3, let's see what he can do here in turn 4 if he can get the power down before the 6. He definitely closes the gap coming out of turn number 4. He might be able to make a move here. I say that the 6 starts to pull away, but here come the faster GT cars. We got one car out on the grass out of turn number 12. He's going to try to get it back onto the racing surface. That's exactly who that is. It's a red and blue machine. He's going to bring it out on the pit road. So we had a spin in the final sector of the racetrack, and we're going to bring it to the garage. And I wonder, well, down pit road at least. Let's see if he brings it to the garage, and if he does, I'm probably in for his race. That looks like it is the 218 machine. The 210, excuse me. So that is Curtis Buxton's Spec E9X car. Drops him all the way down to 5th as Trevor Baldwin reclaims the 4th spot after the spin. Starting in a few laps' time is the GT4 category. The 77 of Marco and Rick only has a 1.4 second advantage, so the 178 has managed to cut off at least 2/10 off of the lead. So that's going to be one to watch out for in the next few laps in the GT4 category. Can the 77 start to pull away again, or will the 178 track him down? James Davidson managed to take the lead in Spec Corvette from Marino Reyes. His gap is now 1 second over the 22. Looking at Honda Wars, it's still about an 8/10 of a second gap between the 6 and the 89. The 89 has just been unable to close it after about 8/10. Quad pulling away the GT1 category, away from Sophia Basler, but Justin Levine has been clawing at that lead. He was at 1.56 seconds behind after that, after his initial start when he went off the track, and now he's closed that to going to be less than 30 seconds. That definitely has something to say for that 4X before it's all said and done. Honda Wars, the 89 has actually managed to bring it down to 0.5 of a second. That's the closest the 89 has been to the 6 in Honda Wars all day. Spec E9X, the 91 still has a 1.8 second advantage over the 114 machine. GT2A, Avi Cohen's 49 has a 9.7 second lead over the 84X of Manuel Gomez. And the GT1A, Mark Julian is right there with the number 68, driven by both Twatty and Bird. 1.4 seconds between them. So 87 keeping pace with the 68. GT3 to 33 with a 44 second lead over the 55. GT4 starting to heat up, another 2/10 chopped off. Now 1.2 seconds between the 77 and the 178. mentioned it before when Levine was making up a lot of ground. He lost pretty much all of that. Now it's a 45-second difference between himself and third. This is interesting. Right now, it's showing on timing and scoring that in GT1B, Sophia Basler is holding the lead over Michael Quicod. To see if we can see that 4 teams across the start finish. That would be huge as Quicod actually also gets passed by Justin Levine, so something is up with the 4X car. Trying to see if we can find him out on the racetrack, and I believe that's him coming on the pit road. These two cars are going to pull into the yeah, that's the number 4. That does look like Michael Quicod coming down pit road. 178 is on pit road as well. That is the GT4 of Steve Sheldon and Brett Clementi. They're starting to keep up with the 77 of Uncle Rick chipping up their lead, but remember, there is an endurance race that is going to last up until about 2:15, 2:25. So it could be that some of these guys are just getting ready for the endurance race. They're essentially throwing race 4 away, just have a better preparation for the endurance. Less than an hour to go here in this endurance event. Race 4 is about to conclude in just a few moments' time. And we'll just head straight off into the Enduro. There goes the 4X. There's Michael Quicod heading back out onto the track. He's rolling down pit road. I think he's going to take it to the garage. And indeed he does. So we'll see if he'll come back out for the remainder of the endurance race, or if that is it for the 4X, who was leading up until he came down pit road. Not sure exactly what happened with him, or if he just decided he's done because almost all said and done. 178 is still on pit road, and there's no one around him, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on with the 178. Let's see the driver come off pit road just yet. Whether it's Steve Sheldon or Clementi. Corvette Davidson with a 5/10 of a second lead over Marino Reyes. That is one of the closest battles on the track right now. Sophia Basler now leading the way in GT1B with a 25-second lead over Justin Levine. In Honda Wars, the 89 is closed into now 4/10 of the number 6 car. Again, that 6 car driven by both Wilbur and Richard Perez. Luis Rene Canahuate, the number 89, is closing in. 0.421 seconds separate him and the leader. I'm trying to see where they are on the track right now. Looks like they're going through turns 3 and 4. That's not the Honda Wars. Down the... So the Honda Wars are going through the final section of the track through turns 12 and 13. And the 89 is all over the back bumper of the number 6. 89 goes a little low, the 6 a little bit wide. The 6, he's going to block down all the way almost to the apron. Canahuate's there. And you got a fast charging car. That's not a good spot you want to make a pass on. Ooh, that could have been really dangerous. Doesn't affect the battle for the lead for Honda Wars either, so everyone gets away scot-free. The 6 with a pretty wide exit. That's going to Give him a shallower entry going to turn number 5, the 89. He's got a lot more speed coming out of the corner. He's going to be all over the back bumper, but the 6 using that extra straight line speed to his advantage, starting to open up just a little bit. The 89's really going to have to go for something here, because the 6 looks like he's struggling, just can't get the car down to the bottom of the track like he'd want to, and he's really relying on that straight line speed advantage that he has, which is working for him. Obviously, he's been able to hold and extend the lead because of that, but if you're the 89, you might have to just throw it off into one of these corners and basically ask the 6, hey, how bad you want it? You want it more than me? Let's find out. GT1A is getting interesting. Mark Julian has brought it down to 3/10 between himself and the 68. Let's see what we can find that battle out right now, but that's a fight that's starting to heat up. Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. They're going through the final sector of the track. Looks like the 68 managed to open the gap just a little bit. It's probably going to be about 5 to 6/10 of a second when they come across the start-finish line. But there is a lot of traffic in front of them, and that's going to allow the 87 to possibly make a move on the 68. The 68 hasn't really been going through a lot of traffic as well as he would like as they come across the start-finish line. What's the gap looking like at GT1A? 4/10 of a second, so the 68 opens it up by a 10th. Ooh, side-by-side to turn 2. Gets away scot-free. Number 6 of the Perez duo managed to pull away from kind of Huante in the Honda Wars category. That 87 is there. As they go through turn number 5, down the front straightaway, the 68 starting to pull away just a little bit, but the 87 is starting to maintain that gap as they go off into turn number 6. Has about a 3-car length advantage over the 87 for the GT1A category. We go through turns 8 and 9. They're going to head down the back straightaway. More cars coming down pit road as the race number 4th race is about to conclude, and we will just continue this endurance race. The checkered flag is in the air, and the green flag is out as well for the 11 of Drew Altman, who will win race number 4. And with the green flag simultaneously with the checkered flag, that means that the endurance race is officially underway. Of course, the endurance race being the race is going to go on until 2:25 between a lot of these competitors. So race 4 has concluded. David Twatty will win race number 4 in the 68 car, followed by Mark Julian. Connor Cavallo will round out the podium in that category. GT2A, Avi Cohen will take the win over Manuel Gomez and Robert Garza, making up the podium. Spec E9X, it's going to be Juan Carlos Lopez, takes the win in that class. Carlos Mendez and Matt Lopez make up the podium. In Honda Wars, Wilbur Perez and Richard Perez still haven't decided their battle just yet, but it looks like it's going to be the 6 taking the win over the 89 and the 41 GT1B. It actually looks like it's going to be the 132 of Sophia Basler taking the checkered flag in this race number 4 over Justin Levine and Michael Quick-Codd. Spec Corvette, still a tight race at the moment, but looking at it right now, it looks like it's going to go the way of the 57 over the 22. FP2, the lone challenger of Teddy Alvarado. GT4, Marco and Rick is going to take a commanding victory in race 4 over Chase Navarre and the 178. GT3 to 33 will take home the checkered flag along with the second place finisher Jose Reyes Casas, and the 152 coming home in 3rd, and an FP3 the 30 driven by Amy and Mac Lewis, the lone challengers. And that's pretty much it for race number 4. Still got the endurance going on. You see a couple of guys are going to stay out on the track. coming on, other guys coming on the pit road as well. Making adjustments to the cars for going to be about a 45-minute stint to the finish. And we'll keep it with you here as the race goes on. You guys see a lot of cars going to come down pit road. Some of them will come back out on the track. Others won't. I already see the red, looks like the 178 car, darting it down pit road, trying to get off of the track. It looks like before traffic gets in front of them. See the number 68, looks like they're going to make a driver change and an adjustment to that number 68 car. Some guys going to the garage and they will be done for the day. We're going to start this endurance race, and I believe, is that the number 27 of Connor Cavall again in turn 15? This will be Connor Cavall. Looks like that's the number 27. He had 3 spins at turn 15 in yesterday's endurance race. Car started, but it won't fire, and no caution out just yet, as we only got a few cars out on the racetrack. The 68 is going to come back onto the track. Yeah, an incident in turn. We got an incident in turn 15. Machine's still unable to fire up. Is there anything? Nope. I was playing tricks on me. I forgot to say it. The car looked like it was moving just a bit, but still no fires. We got yellow flags in that part of the track. The race so far is the number 129, driven by both Miguel Angel Marcano and Angel and Diaz Jr. still isn't fired just yet. No caution. We stay green. Still no fire from the black and gray car that's stuck at the exit of turn 14. Right in between turn 14 and 15, if you guys want to find out where that is, whether you're watching on the stream or you were here at the racetrack, we still got the car that's not fired yet. Don't know why we haven't thrown a caution yet, but it looks like the yellow flags are finally going to come out, and the safety crew is going to head over to, give a little bit of assistance to the 27. Not sure why it took so long for us to get a yellow flag out, but they're late in effort. Again, yellow flags are out. There is a stopped car in between turns 14 and 15. A couple guys heading on the pit road again to make some adjustments, or to make some driver changes, or both. Number 27 is not on the car rolling just yet. Yeah, we are under a yellow flag. In the meantime, let's read the lineup for the cars that are out here for endurance. In GT4, you still got the trio of Marco and Rick leading the way now over the 11X of Chase Navarre, and in third, the 178 of Steve Sheldon. Brett Clemency is in third. In FP2, Teddy Alvarado leading the way in Spec Corvette. Doesn't look like there's any Spec Corvettes out on the track, so GT1A, Sophia Basler. Looks like the GT1B cars are actually done with the day as well. Looks like it's mostly just a couple of GTs and some of the prototypes that are out on the track. More cars coming on the pit road to make adjustments during this yellow flag. to get that car off of the racing surface. They're now on pit road. And that indeed is the number 27 of Connor Cavalli. That's going to bring the white flag out as well for this race. Not sure why the white flag is out. We still got about 30 minutes to go in this race. Yeah, most of the cars are on pit road making adjustments, but again, I'm not sure why they brought out the white flag. There goes the white flag is only the yellow is going to stay out. Well, the pace car is going to come down pit road, and we are going to get this race underway once again. The field heads down turn number one. It's the 238, the 68, and the 30. At the moment, the only 3 cars out on the track. Oh, you got 2 more out on the track, but they're all the way by turn number 7. Make that 3 cars. So we got 8 cars out on the track at the moment. So let's see how all this is going to shake out. Going into turn number 6. 68 able to clear the rest of the field. 67 goes by the track as well. Not a lot of battles for position at the moment. Take the green flag as well. The 132 and the 172 take the green flag as they're going to dive into turn number 1. Across the start-finish line, he clears the way, and he's going to lead his pack. Number 30, the FP3 category, the Lewis machine, driven by both Amy and Matt. Diving into turn number 1 as well. The best time has been a 138.115. You look at the GT18 category, that 68 has been flying a 129.015. Goes to 67 of Robert Garza, over a minute behind Adam Tawfik in the GT2A category. But did manage to shave off a second, 133.725. Compared to Tawfik's 134.075, so really about 3/10 shaved off. Tawfik across the stripe, 172 as well. 172 of Tawfik. Here's the order right now for the cars out on the track. In FP3, you got Amy and Mac Lewis's number 30 machine. In GT3, you got the lone challenger, the 55, driven by Jose de las Casas. In GT1B, the only car out on the track is the 132 of Sophia Basler. GT1A, you got the lone challenger, the 68 of David Twatty and Nathan Bird's machine. But Connor Cavalli, it looks like they're going to join back out on the track, and indeed he is. So Cavalli is going to get on off pit road. So he'll join the 68 of the GT1A category. He will get multiple laps down. GT4, the 11X of Chase Navarre, 8 laps clear of the 178 of Steve Sheldon and Brett Clementi. And in GT2A, the number 172 of Adam Toffik, 1 lap clear. Well, more like a minute clear. Not exactly a lap down as of yet, but about to be a lap down from Robert Adam Toffik. Chase Navarre just came across the stripe. He's actually the only GT4 driver out on the track. Here comes Basler's machine. Kind of running their own race. The closest battle would be between the 68 and the 27 in GT1A, but they're separated by 4 laps. Other than that, everyone else is pretty much running their own race in their own category. I want to talk about overall, even then there's not much action on that part, as 172 GT2A machine of Adam Toffik has a 8-second lead over 68. So that battle looks like it's going to heat up for the overall win of this endurance race in just a moment of time. Robert Garza's GT2A is 3rd overall. Cynthia Basler's 132 GT1B machine is 4th. here in the endurance race for the FARA Racing Champions. Not much has changed in the order, but we do have Connor Cavalli, who's put down his fastest lap of the race with a 1:30.269. About 1.2 seconds off of the 68's best time, that being driven by David Twatty and Nathan Bird. here in the endurance race. In the FP3 category, the number 30 driven by Amy and Mac Lewis still on the track. In GT3, the 55 driven by Jose de las Casas, the lone challenger in that category. In GT1B, Sophia Basler still out on the racetrack. GT1A, the battle between the 68 and Connor Cavalli in the number 27. 68 driven by David Twani and Nathan Bird still out front, the 27 in second. In GT4, the 11X of Chase Navarre still holding strong up front. And in GT2A, Adam Toffick's machine to the number 172, as we got another spin by Connor Cavalli in turn 15. That is the 5th time that 27 has gone around this weekend in that corner of the racetrack. And in a pretty dangerous part of the track as well, as that is right on the exit of turn 14, right on the racing line, as a matter of fact. And as you can see how everyone just has to really change their line and just go all the way down. Even the 67 trying to make up for it just a little bit by still going a little bit high, but that 27 trying to get it fired up. It's moving just a little bit, but not much. Sophia Basler trying to get by. Such a dangerous part of the track, because again, that is right on the exit line for these drivers coming out of turn 14 and on the 15. Connor's trying to get that car moving. He's moving it inch by inch, but just not enough. They're going to have to throw the caution flag soon if they know they can't get this guy off the track, this car off the track. Still stuck over on turn 14. And you got David Twani's machine trying to get around a slower moving car. Especially turn 14, there's no caution soon. 27 has not been a fan of turn 14 and 15 today. The 27 is still stuck on that part of the racetrack. Why do you not have caution? The caution flag finally comes out with just about 10 minutes to go in this race. Again, caution is out for a spin in turns 14 and 15. The 27 of Connor Cavalli cannot get the car fired up. And it looks like they're going to have to bring the tow truck out once again and bring the car on the pit road. The running order pretty much stays the same as it was for much of the race. The only difference is we're just going to fall down a few more laps. Pace car picks up the field as they now head off into turn number 6. Pretty much the finishing results are locked up. Most of the field only has about one contender per class. The only class that didn't have that was GT1A with the 68 and the 27. But with another issue to the 27, I think that's going to be it for his race with 8 minutes to go in the event. Not the way you want to end your season. Yeah, luckily, FARA goes pretty much year round. Their season opener is going to kick off next month. So you won't have to wait long to get a fresh start with your Connor Cavalli. In terms of the overall results, and it's the 68 driven by both David Twani and Nathan Bird leading the way, with Adam Tawfik in second. The number 172 car. Third is the 67 of Robert Garza. Fourth is the number 132 Sofia Basler. Fifth is actually the number 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano and Angel Batiste Jr., though he has not run in this race. And then sixth is the number 30 driven by Amy Lewis and Mac Lewis. Seventh, the number 218 of Darren Yonessi and Ronan Yonessi. Eighth is the 11X of Chase Navarre. Ninth, the number 27 of Connor Cavalli. And 10th, the number 87 of Marco Julian. 11th, the 55 of Jose de las Casas. And 12th, the number 178 of Steve Shelton. Some of those guys have been out of the race for quite a while, but again, because of these cars are so different in speed, and also take into account where they were at the end of the race number 4, this is why the results are as they are. Some of them have not been out on the track for this race. But that is your overall results in case somebody want to keep track to say, okay, I get the classes, this and that, but what is the overall results looking like? Well, here you go. In this race. So probably time for about 2 to 3 more laps. But where the field is, they're currently coming out of turn number 7. It's going to be more about 5 minutes to go in this race. So about 1 to 2 more laps is what the field is going to get before they take the white. It's going to be about 5 minutes to go in this race. And again, the orders are pretty much set in stone for each class, but if you do want to keep, yes, you can see if anyone's going to get any personal bests at this moment. No one has done it so far, at least in this race. And the green flag is out, so we are going to end this season with 5 minutes to go in the race. 20 leads them to turn number 1. Oh, we got a big cloud of dust out of turn number 2. Looks like someone went off into the grass once again. As the clock winds down now, 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race. Like I mentioned, they got about 1 or 2 more laps left in them before they take the white flag. FP3 machine, the number 30, driven by Amy and Mac Lewis. Looks like they're possibly going to be done for the day. With only 4 minutes left, basically are done. 6 overall. The only contender in the FP3 category. Comes the 68 across the stripe. About 3 minutes to go in this race. A 130.131. About 1.1 seconds off the personal best of a 129.05015. Quadruplet of cars going through turn number 1. They're going to exchange a little bit of position here. Ooh, side by side going through turn number 2. Usually not a good idea, and somehow to not go into the dirt. Folks, we got 2 more races before we race of the season, and then winter formula. So in just a few minutes time after the conclusion of this race, Formula FARA will begin their final race of the season. White flag in hand. This will be the final lap next time by. The final lap for the prototypes and GTs for the 2025 season. White flags in the air one more time around for the 68 car. The rest of the field will take the white flag as well. Pretty much everyone on the grid for this race is going to come home with a trophy. For FP3, it'll be Amy and Mac Lewis, the number 30 machine, taking the win in that class. In GT3, the 55 of Jose de las Casas and Mario Cater will be taking home the win. In GT3, will outlast Robert Garza for the win. And we saved them for last in GT1A, the 68, driven by both David Twatty and Nathan Bird, going down the back straightaway for the final time. Nothing in front of him, nothing behind him. Well, there is something in front of him, and that is a trophy to be had. And he's just a couple corners away from claiming it all to themselves. Out of turn 14 to 15 for the final time this season. Checkered flag is in the air, and that'll do it. The 68 wins the endurance race for GT1A. Checkered flag is out for the rest of the classes as well. Let's bring the rest of the grid home. The 129 actually was competing GT1A, comes home in second. In GT1B, the number 132, Sophia Basler, will take home the win. In GT3, Jose de las Casas takes home the win in the number 55. In FP3, Amy Lewis takes the win. Chase Navarre in GT4 takes the win. And in GT2A, Adam Toffin comes home with the checkered flag. Still waiting for Chase to come across the start finish line, but he will claim the trophy at the end of the race. So that'll do it for a pretty long 1 hour plus endurance race. But we're not done yet, folks. 2 more races to go. We're done with Miatas. We're done with formulas. Or excuse me, we're done with prototypes and GTs, but we're not done with the formulas. Coming up next is the final race of the season for Formula FARA. Second to last race of the weekend, Formula FARA race number 3, the final race for Formula FARA this season. Let's read off the starting lineup. Cam Becker on pole position, 2 for 2 so far this weekend, Formula FARA. In second, the number 8 of Gustavo Rafolis in the field. In third, the number 95 of Enzo Vidmontiene. And in fourth, the number 17 of Maximo Di Palma. Rounding out the top 5, the number 28 of Graham Mitchell. And in sixth, the number 99 of David Twatty. In seventh, the number 98 of Hal Gold. Starting eighth, the number 33 of Alexander Savage. Oh, I was looking over by turn 3. And there is one car that is well off the pace of the field. He's at the field is about to exit Infield Road Course. Starting ninth will be the number 82, Chris Becker. So it looks like they were able to get that car fixed and underway. And we have a slow Formula car down on the second straightaway. He's really slow. Like he's not even close to being at pace. Starting 10th, the number 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. 11th, the number 1 of Axel Roberts. 12th, the 24 of Kai Parkin. 13th, and rounding up the grid, the 38 of Malik El Baka. While we got one slow car on the track, we're gonna wait to see exactly what they do with him, if he's gonna get off the track or not. He's really slow. But who's not been slow all weekend long is Chris Cam Becker. Becker, who has dominated the weekend from start to finish. Can he do the same and sweep the weekend? The field in the hands of Becker and Rafols. Who's going to come out on top? Can Becker sweep the weekend? Let's find out, folks. Let's go racing in Miami. Becker immediately jumping down to the inside. Two cars going side by side. That is Vidmontiene and Di Palma. Di Palma having the outside line. He's going to hold steady in third for right now, keeping pace on the outside. Now we'll cut down to the inside, going to turn number 3 and make a move on Rafols for the second spot. He's going to go high. Now he's going to cut down low with that preferred position. Maximo Di Palma, as he's done all weekend long, he's excelled at the restarts, and he moves up to the second spot. We do have that slow car is down the back straightaway. That is Chris Becker's machine in the number 82. Well, he got it repaired, but possibly not repaired enough, as he should be good to at least make it on the pit road, as he is now going to turn number 10, the field going into turn number 8, so he should be good to either just barely avoid the field or comfortably avoid the field. I believe he should be okay, as he now takes the left onto pit road. So we avoid any potential disasters if he was to stay out on the racetrack. So Chris Becker is going to head to pit road, and we'll see if he'll take the left-handed turn to the garage. Well, he's going to keep it on pit road for now. And speaking of Becker, Cam Becker leads the field over Maximo Di Palma, Gustavo Rafols, making up the podium places. Enzo Vipocchiene and Graham Mitchell rounding up the top box. We got a battle here between Maleka Baca and Kai Park. That is for the 8th position. And it looks like Baca is able to get the spot from Kai Park, so he's going to move up even further inside the top 10, move him up to 8th. Cam Becker continuing to check out for the rest of the field after that opening lap. He has a 1.4 second lead over Maximo Di Palma, who's now under pressure from Gustavo Rafols, the number 8 car. Going into turn number 8, Rafols thinks about cutting it underneath, but shuts the door by Di Palma. Everyone's single file at the moment. You got Becker up front. You got the pocket for the battle for second between Di Palma and Rafols, and for the battle for fourth starting to heat up between Vipocchiene and Grant Mitchell. Mitchell all over the back bumper of that number 95 machine. Can he get the run off the corner? It looks like he's going to. Top 3 separated by about, let's say 2 seconds, 2.1 seconds to be exact. The field pretty spread out at the moment. We do got a battle here. Kai Park continuing to lose ground. This time he's going to lose ground to Daniel Rodriguez in the 89 machine. Going to the inside, this is the battle for the 10th spot, so a spot in the top 10. Park holds steady as a couple of cars go through the grass. Park keeping it at bay in the 10th position, but Daniel Rodriguez all over the back bumper. Park actually able to extend his advantage a little bit by about a car length or 2, going through turns 4 and 5. Rodriguez going to look to eat that up going through these next set of corners. There's a battle heating up for the 6th spot as well, as Maleka Baca making up a ton of ground. He's now all over the back bumper of David Chwadi. Baca with a run going into turn number 10. Is he going to throw it off, or is he going to stay behind the 99 for now? He's going to stay right behind. He's going to get through this set of corners. Baca right on the gearbox of that 99 car. Chwadi's going to go underneath, go for a little bit of a defensive move. Baca is just going to follow him all the way. Now he cuts down to the inside of the 99, going into turn number 1. Chwadi's not going to give him an inch, but Baca's going to move him wide just a smidge and take the spot away. And the battle for 10th, Kai Park loses it to Daniel Rodriguez, so move the 89 now up into the top 10. Right now, the running order for the top 5, Cam Becker still leading the way, a 1.8-second advantage over Maximo Di Palma. Gustavo Rodolfo makes up the podium, Enzo Vimontiene in 4th, Grant Mitchell in 5th. Alec Elbaca in 6th, David Twatty in 7th, Hal Gold in 8th, Axel Roberts in 9th, Daniel Rodriguez in 10th, and Kai Park in 11th. Alexander Savage has not returned a lap, and Chris Becker is still off pit road. Spread out at the moment. The closest competitors is 10th between Rodriguez and Park, separated by about 2 car lengths between them. And there could be a battle coming in just a moment for, looks like this will be for the 2nd spot, or actually the 3rd spot, as it looks like Enzo Vimontiene starting to close in on the 8 of Reforms. Fast. Actually, no, Reforms went faster that time by just about a couple hundredths of a second. So maintaining that 3rd spot. Right now, the fastest car on track is Malik Elbaca. He's put down the fastest lap so far, besides Cam Becker, a 132.668. Becker with the fastest overall lap of the race, a 132.351. He is set sail for the rest of the field as he now has a 2.2-second lead over the 17. Position, even for the battle for 10th. Rodriguez has cleared Kai Park. We actually do have a slow car, out on the track. That might be Maximo Di Palma. That looks like the number 17 of Maximo Di Palma slow on the track. That's either the 17 going into turn number 8 really slow, or that's a 95 of Vimontiene. We'll see when the running order comes by as they come across the stripe right now. So Di Palma is still good. Vimontiene is still good. Could that be Malik Elbaca? And indeed it is a problem for Malik Elbaca, who's going really slow down the 3rd straightaway going into turn 8. And we have not seen him come out that corner yet, so it looks like he is stopped at that part of the track. He pulled off for just a bit, but a mechanical problem for the number 38 of Malik Elbaca, who was making his way through the field nicely. He started all the way outside the top 10 and made his way up to 6, and some kind of issue with the 38 car. And all that work he put in is now all for naught. That's a shame. A lot of mechanical problems in a couple of these series, especially in these 25-minute sessions. You still have a chance for a lot of mechanical failures because you tune these cars up for these short sprints, so maybe you tune them up a little too much than what they can handle, and then at the end of the day, yeah, it's only 25 minutes, but you still got to get through, 30 minutes, but still got to get through the race at the end of the day, and unfortunately, it looks like the 38 won't be able to continue. This whole field goes by. One car actually kicks up some smoke. That looked like it was Kai Park. Elbaca got out of the car, so at least he's okay. Can't imagine he is happy with the result of this race. Setting himself up to possibly even come away with a podium with how fast he was working through the field. All he got to settle for today is a DNF. That means there are 10 cars running on the track at the moment, with 3 cars out of the race. One car even kicked up a little bit of dirt at turn 5. We talked about it all day. That's nothing normal. That's nothing crazy. There's 33 coming off. So Alexander Savage looks like he decided to join the race as well, and he's going to be making his first laps of the race. Or not, he's stuck at the entrance of pit road. There he goes. I guess he was just waiting for the okay. So there goes Alexander Savage, multiple laps down. Now he does have a chance to possibly gain at least one spot after the DNF by Malik El-Baka. Here come the leaders coming out of turn number 15. Cam Becker, who has dominated this entire weekend, coming across the start-finish line. He has a 2.1 second lead over Maximo Di Palma. Interesting, the field continuing to put down faster lap, at least the top three are. Cam Becker just put down his personal best in the fastest lap of the race as we got more dust kicked up in turns 2 and 3. I don't see any cars off the racing groove, so everyone looks like they got away scot-free. But again, Becker with the fastest lap of the race, a 132.101. Maximo Di Palma put down his personal best as well with a 132.392. Gustavo Alfonso third, he put down his personal best as well, a 132.486. So the top three continuing to put down faster and faster laps as we go on throughout this race, which we have about 19 minutes to go in this one. Looks like there's a battle for the... Looks like it's for the 8th spot starting to heat up. Or no, it's not the 8th spot. That looks like it's for the battle for 3rd between Gustavo Alfonso and Enzo Villamontiene. Something happened with the number 8. He was keeping pace. Oh no, excuse me. That is Alfonso actually getting by the 17 for the 2nd spot. Those two were separated by about a second, so that was a little shocking to see. Now all of a sudden, Di Palma, who probably made a mistake, or the 8 got a really good run, and now swept the 8 and the 17 places, 2nd and 3rd. Enzo Villamontiene not far behind as well. He's about less than 2 seconds behind Maximo Di Palma for the podium places. But Di Palma is not going away just yet. He's staying all over the gearbox of that number 8 car, trying to keep pace and get that 2nd spot back. They go, going into turn number 6. Palma looks in just a little bit. Not enough to make a lunge, so the 8's going to hold steady for at least another set of corners. Cam Becker continuing to pull away. He has a near 4-second lead over the rest of the field. And he's about halfway from getting a weekend sweep. Here we go, move down to the inside for Di Palma, cannot make it work. Some tire smoke, a little bit of a lockup for the 17. He's going to lose a little bit of ground to the number 8 going down the back straightaway. Diving off into the final sector. Alfonso continuing to hold charge in the 2nd spot, but Di Palma trying everything he can to inch closer to that number 8 car. Good exit for the number 8. He's going to extend that lead to a couple of car lengths. As Cam Becker comes across the stripe to lead another lap in this race. 4.3 seconds clear of Alfonso and Di Palma. 7/10 of a second advantage for 2nd for Di Palma. And actually, Alfonso still holding on to 2nd. Villamontiene in 4th, just lurking in the background in case the 17 and the 8 get together. He's there to pounce and possibly take the podium from them. Pull away a bit from the 17. Now about 3 to 4 car lengths separate the 17, the 8, and the 17. Actually might be more than that right now. continuing to pull away from the 17. Now we're looking about possibly a second difference. Only 2 cars to put down their fastest lap as of recent, that being Malik El-Baka, who is out of the race, and Alexander Savage, a 135.012. 5.6 seconds is the lead for Cam Bentley. Champions. Coming up next, we got the Formula FARA presentation, but then next, the final race of the weekend before we head to the drift event is Winter Formula coming up next.
Drivers, remember, meeting at the media center.
All right, folks, the final race of the weekend. Winter Formula, their final race of the weekend. Only two cars starting this race, that being the 88 and the 46. So they'll share the front row. The 46 has been the closest competitor to the 88 for much of the weekend. However, the 88, I don't know if competition should even be put in the same word as that car, who has dominated both races, winning the second one by over 20 seconds. Will the 46 mount a charge? We'll have to wait and see in this 30-minute race. Two cars trying to go for the win. 88 going for the sweep. The 46 looking to play spoiler. Who's going to come out on top? As the field goes through turn number 6, we'll be going green this time, Bob. Getting ready to begin this race. Pace car goes down pit road, and well, there's only two cars, so they are going to take the full road course instead of going through NASCAR 3 and 4 to start this race. The 88 and the 46 side by side going through the final set of corners. Pace car is on pit road, the field in the hands of the 88. Waiting for the signal. Waiting for the green flag, and there it is. Let's go racing here in Miami one last time. 88's going to go down to the inside. He's going to clear the 46 heading into turn number 1. Tucked in behind the 88 is the 46, trying to stay on the gearbox of the 88. The 88 is going to use that straight line speed to his advantage as he gaps the 46 by a couple car lengths. Diving into turn 6 and going through turn number 7. The 88 continuing to pull away from the 46 as they head through the last back straightaway of the road course. To the back straightaway of the oval. 88 continuing to pull away. As trophy celebrations are going on for the Formula FARA finale. duo going through turns 14 and 15. Both of them will complete lap number 1. 2.3-second advantage for the 88, a 126.967, a 129.161 for the 46. Line on 125.186 extends his lead to now 3.5 seconds over the 46. Put that a lap time of a 126.359, about 1.2 seconds off the 88. 10 minutes into the race, 20 minutes to go. The 88 leading the way by 5.99 seconds over the 46. The 46 actually put down his fastest lap of the race that last time, a 125.557. Just actually a little bit quicker by a couple hundredths from the 88. He was 6.016 seconds behind, but made up a couple hundredths, slowly closing in on the lead. So we got a third car on the racetrack. I believe the 55 has finally entered the race. No, that is the 39. So the 39 car who ran into mechanical failures, just ran into issues in general in the second race, earlier today, has now entered the race, albeit multiple laps down. But we now have a third car out on the racetrack, that being the number 39 car. 88 still leads now by 6.3 seconds over the 46. And we now have the 39 slotted into third. Race, the 88 holds a 7.5 second advantage over the 46. The 39 out on the track, 7 laps down. 15 minutes to go. Into this race, the 88 has an 11.2 second lead over the field, 39, 7 laps down. Seeing here on timing and scoring here on the race monitor that the 55 is out on the track as well. Don't But his register is putting down a lap. Up of a 146.495. I do not see him on the track, however. There's the 88 and the 39. I see the 46 as well, but I don't see the 55 anymore. At the moment, we only have 3 cars out on the track. I have to guess they missed it. To go by. It's going to put him 8 laps down. And even though these guys are pretty spread out, I mean, 39 is multiple laps down. We talk about it up here. I mean, these guys still got to be having a blast. Clear track, able to do pretty much whatever you want at this point. Whether you're winning the race or in second or third, only think about it. These guys are in, well, I guess, I want to say these are Formula 3 cars because they do look different from the Formula 4s that the Formula FARA drives, and you gotta imagine they're having a blast, just open track, do whatever they want out on the racetrack. I mean, from a racing standpoint, it may not, you know, there may not be a lot of action, but inside the cockpit, you got to imagine these guys are having a lot of fun right now. I guess we're gonna. One more time around for the 88, the final race of the weekend of FARA Race of Champions. And it's been another masterclass performance from the number 88. An 11.5 second lead over second place. Not 20 seconds, so managed to shave off a few seconds off of the margin of victory, but still impressive nonetheless as the 88 heads down the straightaway and into turn number 6. One race 2, and barring catastrophe, is going to win race number 3. '46 will slot into second, and the 39, who showed up late to the race, 7 laps down, will come home in third and round out the podium race. The 88 going down the back straightaway in turn 10 for the final time. He gets set to collect the checkered flag for the 3rd time this weekend. Comes out of the final quarter, checkered flag is in the air, and race number 3 goes to the 88. 39 will come home in 3rd, and the 46 will cross the finish line in 2nd. And that, folks, is it for racing this week for FARA. But we're not done with the weekend as a whole. If you don't have any Sunday plans, folks, your plans are right here at Homestead Miami Speedway, because coming up in just a few minutes from now until 8 o'clock tonight, the Drift event. If any Drift fans are out there, you're going to love what you're about to see in just a few moments' time.